Yeah, it's like 73 degrees in here, so no, I'm not going to wear the sweatshirt. I had the window mostly closed, and I forgot that it was mostly closed, so I need to open up the window to get some fresh air. Big spider! Big dead spider. Are you alive? Oh, you are alive. Get the hell out of here. There you go. Just don't put cobwebs anywhere, or else you'll get my vengeance. All right, let's see. I have a board that I put in front of the fan so that the dog doesn't sleep right up against it. She'll sleep right up against the fan, and I'm like, those ears are very delicate, and I don't want them going in that fan. Okay, how's everybody doing? We gotta finish the scope mods. I need to get the screws in it for once and for all during the intro here, and then I think we're gonna work on tuning synthesizers because I need to get some progress done on this thing. I've got these modules that just need a little bit of tuning in order to fully function and, you know, vet out that they work. So we'll work on that today. It'll be nice and chill. How's everybody doing? How we doing? So yeah, we finally sorted out the scope mods. That fan does just enough to allow for the scope to do its job. It does just enough in that it moves just enough air to keep us below like 55 degrees Celsius. It's a little hotter than it normally runs, but it's Friday. We get to relax a little bit, right? 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 We get to relax. We never get to relax. I discovered that the Sony PS3 camera is $15. I was talking with Speedy Cat, and he was like, yeah, it's like the easiest full body tracking you can possibly do. So it's the cheapest full body tracking, and it works extremely well. So I've got a line laser. I've got a bunch of line lasers. I'm only buying one PS3 cam though, because I don't know if I'm going to be going into any full body tracking, but what I can do is do that project that we came across when we were exploring 3D scanning. And I can use that project to scan the steering wheel, and I can finally print something that will cover the center of the steering wheel. And we got to drill holes for these screws in the fan. Now that we know that it works. Boom. Man, FTL soundtrack is good, but I do need to find some other music. I don't know what I'll be able to dig up. Why is that? Oh, there's a little sticky stuff in the middle still. All right, so enough torturing this thing. We need to get this fan to have 3 lugs, and then we'll be golden. I guess I can get rid of the white wire. That'll free it up a little bit here. And how would I dislodge this? I think I can just do metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. Yep, there we go, metal fatigued. Gotta be careful not to do that to the other ones, but because this needs to be drilled in the center. And we'll get this fan, place them on top of one another, and I'll just very carefully drill through. And that will create 3 holes that I need. All right, so this is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let me find a drill bit that is probably a little smaller than the holes in this fan. I need better cameras. It's the only part of my setup that I haven't really updated. I also need to stop laughing as much as I do. I always laugh at my own expense. You guys probably enjoy that, but it doesn't sound right on the camera. See, there I go. I did it again just then. Son of a bitch. What does this guy have to laugh at? What are you, happy? Jeez. I also have to stop being shy with my voice. Every time I do an impression, I'm like super shy about it, and I need to not do that. I need to get out of that. It's tough. I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert that streams. Everybody's a little bit of everything when it comes to introversion and extroversion. Like, oh, your MBTI type, which is just an adult horoscope. It's that your MBTI type says that you get your kicks by being inside. And I'm like, I was at a rave last week. Like, what are you talking about? Okay. So, now I need to put these two together. Double-sided tape would probably be a good idea, but I don't want to rip off the stickers on the backs of these things. So, let's see. Yeah, see, in this design, they have the three posts, and then the wires exit. It's like a separate thing to keep the wire out of the fan, but this one has it exiting on one of the legs to sort of maximize the amount of airflow. We don't have that option. I gotta line these up. I think I do need a little double-sided tape. I haven't used double-sided tape in ages. Where did my double-sided tape go? I guess I could use heat tape. Or I could just wrap them both in, nah, we'll just use a little piece of this stuff. Just a little bit. I just need them to stick together and not move. Stick together, don't move. We're all gonna get out of this thing alive. Is everything? Oh yeah, I need to get YouTube chat running. YouTube.com, how to bother VOD, and then pop out my YouTube chat. Yeah, there it is. And top chat, go down here, and hit pop out. And I can close the YouTube window. My computer can free up just a couple more resources. Do I already have another YouTube window open? Oh boy, I gotta look to see what's open here. Yeah, I do. This one goes away because that was YouTube does a unique URL for each chat. So yeah, I didn't mean to buy this much. This is just what you would buy, and it's heat transfer tape. It's not the best stuff in the world, but hey, if you got MOSFETs that need to cool off, you know, this stuff works pretty well. But yeah, it's so much of it though. It's just like a lifetime supply in one purchase. It was not smart of them to give me that much. I gotta make sure I don't lose this foot. Things that diabetics and engineers can say. Let's see. Tweezers. I'm looking for my tweezers. Where are the tweezies at? Tweezy? There. Yeah, we're doing FTL because it's super safe. I hope the people who are subbing to this channel, this YouTube channel, the Oh Bother VOD, are aware that they are old videos. These are from 2021. Summer of 21. And they're going to keep going. They're going to keep getting posted until I run out. All right, there we go. So now I'm going to use the holes of the one as a pilot for the other one. I could just turn them both on at the same time. make a flat disc of wind. It's a fan fight. All right, let's get a drill here. I got to be careful drilling these holes. These are, I mean, if I fail drilling the hole, like if the hole breaks the plastic underneath it, I guess it's okay as long as the screw gets something to push down on. So I can use all three of the screws. Of course, this drill is way too big for this kind of thing. I need like a little circuit board drill. That'd be good. They have these little high-speed drills. Very airflow, yes. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, I could just stake out where the hole's going to be and then cut it. Yeah, that seems to be what it wants to do anyway, too. That's not good. All right, so I'm just going to mark it on the other two. On the two posts, I just need to mark it and cut it. This one will actually drill through, though. There we go. Do, 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 do. I love this song. Ow. Oh, actually, I did pretty good. This is the one that's cursed, but I guess that'll just be a little thing. Okay, so, ow, I actually almost cut myself. Shed blood yet again on stream. Now, that's trying to peel the backing sticker off. I gotta prevent that. No, give me the sticker back. I need it to hold in the oil. Little bastard. This is what I was afraid of happening. Oh, that actually did make a nice... Oh, no, yeah, this is the one that needs to... So maybe I can get a hole to drill in that. Do, 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 do. And the drop. Boom. Boom. Almost there. Ooh, that almost snapped a blade. Okay, so those holes will now attach this to there. Huzzah! Well, laptops have some very interesting heat sinks, and there's some of the weirdest engineering, because you'll find very elaborate heat pipe setups so that they can use just this little blower fan. And I actually wish that this thing used a laptop blower fan, because they're pretty prevalent. You can find them just about everywhere. And they're very effective coolers. So it would have been nice if they had used one. Where's my screw hole? There it is. Why am I not getting this? Probably because I'm 1,000 miles away from it. Oh, I see. It needs to exit there. Exit through the gift shop. Ah, shaking for some reason. Probably because I'm holding up my whole arm to hold the screwdriver. Okay, one. See, the thing that this has an advantage, because it's a big flat thing, and laptops don't necessarily have room for a big flat thing to cool them. There's a lot of air access from below. Laptops don't have that option. So sometimes the fans in laptops will actually get their ambient air from on top of the keyboard. They'll be sucking directly through the keys in order to blow air out the back. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't hear the music. Haha. Or shouldn't hear the music. I think I didn't hear any music when I opened up the YouTube chat. Well, that one's not lining up for some reason. It's because I drilled the hole off by a little bit. Try loosening these two so that I get a little wiggle room. The plastic's probably going to have to bend just slightly for me to get to that one. Oh boy, that wasn't a good sound. Yeah, see, now this one is off. Okay, yeah, I gotta cut this one because it's drilled off by a little bit, and so it won't. That leg will not bend into position. So what I'll do is get these out of here, and then I'll cut along the screw line so that one just presses down on the end of a piece of plastic. So if I cut just right here, now that screw will go in and press down on the plastic. There's so many screw marks on the metal here. We'll never talk about them again, okay? There'll be a secret between me and you. That's the parasocial relationship we'll have. parable relationship. The parabola relationship. Yeah, I got a parabolic relationship with some streamers. That one's not lining up because this isn't quite in position. Oh, that's not good. What are you doing? Ah. Hey, RYG. This is a little bit fiddly. Okay, let's try again. I should have been more careful drilling that one, because then I would have had 3 perfect holes right in the right spots, but I screwed it up a little bit. A little bit of side pressure makes it reject the screw instead of it just wheeling around in there free, and then I can actually get it out and reposition the wires so that they make a little bit of sense. I can get in there with the screw, put that back in. All right, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 would be just fine for this, but I just don't want to have the extra screw, knowing that I could be using it to hold down the cooler. But this is the cursed leg, the one that didn't drill properly, and I guess I could have been a little bit more careful and filed it and everything, but this will be fine. This will be okay. No, don't want to cross thread. It's like trying to cross thread it. Looks like I do have to file it a little bit. Damn it. Bum, 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 bum. I just have to shorten this a little tiny bit. Could take a circular file and, sorry, what do you call it? Cylindrical file, and put a little notch in it to catch that screw. I'll just leave it the way it is. So this exits all the way up here, with that screw holding down 2 wires, keeping them out of the way of the fan. Like so. This one, oh, I screwed it in too far. Hold on. It's colliding like that. So then this one over here. Correct. And this one, now that I've filed it, doesn't block anymore. And that'll just hold down the plastic rod. Make sure we spin. Give these a little bit of tightness, but not much. They should probably have Loctite on them, since this is not a very high vibration environment, but there is vibration there. Okay, that barely reaches. The wires are tucked, sort of. Now they're tucked. These are out of the way, and it spins. And they're all evenly dispersed. That one's just barely holding on to just a little corner of plastic, but it's enough with the other 2 screws there. It's enough, and that's all we can do. Okay, oh wait, I'm not done with this. Feetsies are in, back cover goes on. I wonder what these headers are up here. Wonder if those access the flash card. Looks like they kind of do. Neat. Yeah, because there's a flash card that they taped in. That's where all the software is. It's a cool little scope, but I don't like having to buy another fan, and especially since this was a lesson that they should have learned in the previous generation of scopes, is that, you know, there's all kinds of different engineers out there, and most of them appreciate a quiet piece of equipment. I am an engineer that happens to also coexist in a studio. I don't coexist, I don't exist. But anyway, I have to put together audio and video, and as such, I can't have noise. So having a slightly slower fan that's better made, actually has bearings or something in it that keeps it shut up and keeps the scope relatively cool while moving more air is to advantage. It is an advantage. However, this thing will wear faster. Now the other scope, the previous scope that I had, ran with a Noctua double-sided taped in it for years, and it was totally fine. So I don't doubt that this scope will be just fine with a little bit of although this one is more Android-y, so I don't know if that'll make a big difference or not. If it'll get a little slow or worn out because of heat, I think it'll be okay. Hey, Mr. Yan, good to see you. Good to see all the familiar names here at the start of stream. Let's get some Windex and get all my fingerprints off of the scope. I can turn it on, see how we do. Now we already tested the scope at the end of yesterday, so we know that it's not going to overheat. But this is apparently an important step: is wiping off the screen protector once all the stuff dried underneath it. I hope I can have my own sounds as my stream intro soon. Then I'll have an excuse for needing to use the modular synth. I gotta make a new sound for the start of my stream, so I gotta play with my modular synth. We did pretty good. There's one little dot up here, but it's on the no-go part of the screen, so yeah, it worked out pretty well. I'm sad that I had to cut it to make it fit, though. I shouldn't have had to do that. I thought I chose a tablet that had the same dimensions, but apparently this is like just a millimeter off from that. Okay. All right, let's see how she do. Does this thing have wireless? Does it have Wi-Fi? I'm not sure if it does. Seems like it should. Oh, I gotta find Dave's fourth screw. I have yet to communicate to Dave that his module is turbo fucked. It's totally dead. And there's so much work that we have to do to get it to run again. It's not impossible. I feel like I could probably get it running again someday, but it is a big, I mean, my assessment of the amount of work. Ow, I got a splinter in my palm. What the hell? What was that about? Hold on a second. This is the part of stream where I do surgery on myself because I got a sudden splinter pain in my palm. I have like, where's my super duper pulls out splinter tweezers? Here we go, these things. Any variation of these are super good with. These are like beautician tweezers. There's my giant baby hand. Now where the pain was very sharp. Ow. Yeah, there it is. Here you are, you little bastard. You're coming with me. Yeah. Why is there stuff in my tweezers? Hold on. Ow. Even just moving my palm hurts. This is like right on a nerve. Holy shit. That hurts like hell. Did I get it? I don't think I got it. Oh, there's two. Oh, good. It has friends. He's right behind me, isn't he? There we go. Was that? Nope. Still there. Ah, that got it. Whew. Ow. Okay, it still hurts. Oh, I think there's metal up here. Wow, more stuff. Those weren't even the right splinters. I got the wrong splinters. Ow. Why do you still hurt, Palm? What's in you? Look at how white this guy is. Holy shit. Is that it? No? No? Ah, I still feel like it's just there's something poking me in my palm. It sucks. It could just be latent injury. Ow. Owie. It's right there. I see it. Microscopic, yet so painful. All right, so I can't lean my hand on the stools because I'll end up injuring myself. That hurt. All right, where'd the fourth screw for Dave's module go? I got 3 of them right here. Put the surgery tweezers away. I can still feel it. I can still feel it. Yeah, I had a splinter from something. It happens. Happens all the time around here. I just don't know. I don't think I found it. I think I still feel the splinter in there. I think I might be okay. All right. Oh, let's get this. We don't need to see the scope right now. I'm just going to let it get toasty and see how it does. Oop. All right. Dave's screw, huh? Where did it go? Now, I found one of the screws. I think I put it on. Yeah, I put it with the others when I was sweeping. So if it didn't get swept, it's probably in this area over here. Under there. Ow, stupid splinter. Going around this stuff, okay. Where would it have gone? Possibly over here. No, not there. I feel like it also got kicked. I think it got kicked somewhere. Well, that's Krieger's vehicle charger. Need to look at that. Apparently something in the switch is broken. I just need to put a new switch on there. Would you stop trying to kill me for 1 second? Jeez. Thing sucks. Okay, Dave's singular. I still feel the splinter. I still feel it. It's still in there. I need to use like glue on it or something. I can't find it by rubbing on the surface though. Okay, single screw, and it should be shiny, and it probably had legs. It probably went pretty far. So where would pretty far take us? Well, one of them I found by sweeping, and if this one is where I can't find it by sweeping, then where would it be? If it's magnetic, I could just take a big magnet and go around the area here. Problem is, like, everything is magnetic. Yeah, that's not really gonna work. We're just gonna get a bunch of dirt. Well, that screw might be officially MIA. Oh, there it is. It was under the oven. I don't really like the soldering oven being there because it's going to collect dust. And then I got to smell that dust when it gets hot. All right, we're still on splinter watch. Something really got me. Might have been a piece of metal. Well, I don't think it's ferrous, though. We could do a ferrous check. All right, that would have come out if it was ferrous at all. Although that does hurt. Oh, I see it. Nope. And the only entities that can hear this music are people in Twitch, which actually means that I can go back to listening to mixes. Because if YouTube isn't recording it, then it doesn't exist. It'll only be in my private recordings. Anybody in YouTube chat, if you can hear music, let me know. What the? Oh, that was just dirt? But that's right around where it hurts. Yeah, that's right where the pain is, and I see a little thing there, but it's not coming up. Make sure these are clean. They're not sterilized, but they are clean. Any little bits of stuff will keep them from clamping down on what is a microscopic spot on my palm that hurts. I don't think any of those are it, though. Ow. I mean, if that immediately hurts, but it hurts because the skin is being moved. I don't see anything. I don't really see a splinter, unless this is it. That's just dirt that's leaving behind from picking the other one. Is that? Oh, that might be it. Unless that's a piece of skin that I disturbed. Might just be a piece of skin. Not exactly the moistest hands in the world. I have a splinter on my palm, so I'm trying to extract it right now because it's annoying. Very annoying. I don't think any of this is it. I think I'm just getting rid of a dry layer of skin now. Well, the disturbance of the skin might be evidence of splinter activity. I don't know. I don't know if I'm really getting anything here. Getting anything out of this. What is that right there? That seems like it's something. No, it's nothing. It's all just a layer of skin. I don't know where the splinter is, and if it's in here, it's really good at hiding. I don't know. See if my palm hurts now when I do stuff with it. Oh, we might have gotten it. Not feeling any pain. Yeah. Well, one of those things was the splinter. I don't know which one. All right, cool. Now my palm doesn't hurt. Just in time for me to get like a metal chip in there. We got some modules that I can tune more easily, so I need to make sure that those are up to task. $48.7. We got decent temps. YouTube. I can get demonetized for saying a swear word within the first 30 seconds, but I can keep this up all day, every day. The FAFO sign. I do kind of still feel something, but I don't know if that's just the injury post-splinter. I think it is. I think it's just post-splinter. Yeah, Dave's module needs to go back together. We didn't get anywhere with it. And I think it's going to require some hardcore reverse engineering to really get into. And I think I blew it up more by plugging it in. So I need to replace that part again. I think I only have one more of those chips, but that'll be a little hot air session on this thing. It'd be nice to have a more directed schematic, though, because I don't want to blow it up again, you know? I don't want to be that guy. Boom, 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 boom. Running AI against the video is a lot more costly than just the audio track. It's, yeah, it takes time, and it takes a ton of time. Wait, that's not the right screw. That's just some other screw. What the heck? Oh, no. Is it? No, that's one of these. Yeah, yeah. No, it's not. It's way bigger. This is the wrong... I found the wrong screw. We found the wrong screw. I need to find a different screw. It's not really AI for the audio track. It's the, the splinter's still in. I'm never gonna find it. I've done this before where you keep trying to find the splinter and it's just never the right thing. It might have activated one of my sleeper splinters. I need to go walk by an MRI and stick my hands into it. get all the little bits of metal out. Man, where'd this metal dust come from? Me with a towel wrapped around my hand, running away. I think I got it. I think that's it right there. Or just picking dead skin off of my hand. May also be a possibility. I just can't, like, grip anything for some reason. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think that did it, but... Whew. Okay, yeah, we're still missing that screw. What happened to it? Well, it dropped on the floor and then it traveled, which is always dangerous. That's a screw from something else. I don't know what that is. Usually the base of things have the screws on them, because when they hit up against things, it doesn't look like it though. Huh, it's gonna bug me. Because it should have come up when I was sweeping, but I didn't see it. Oh my god, what is this? Ugh. Just a giant tuft of hair. Good lord. Look at that. Ridiculous. I need to get the vacuum down here. That would be a good thing to do. Sweeping only gets you so far. And good sweeping gets you pretty far though, but... Yeah, that screw's gone. I don't know how it's gone. I don't know where it could have possibly ended up, but it's definitely not around. It maybe got kicked under something. It's kind of a special screw. I might be able to find one similar to it in my screw bin, but it officially has left the building, it seems. That's obnoxious. All right, I get the lighting stand back over here. Get the drill out of the way. You know, when you get real desperate looking for a screw, sometimes it helps to really observe another screw dropping on that floor to see how it moves. You can see what kind of stuff it would get into by rattling around on the ground. Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Mass Effect soundtrack. Has its similarities. From what I hear, this game started as the soundtrack, and they were like, we really need a game to play for this soundtrack. But it is one of the best Star Trek games in existence. I'm not talking about Mass Effect, I'm talking about FTL. Fun little game. All right, let's see. About sending people off to their death. Okay, got all the stuff we need to tune some synthesizer stuff here. What's it gonna be like when Willow starts molting? Yeah, supposedly she blows her coat during the summers. We didn't really see that this year. I think maybe we just ended up, because she's like constantly shedding. We brush her all the time, and when you brush her, you get like another dog's worth in hair. Why does I feel the splinter when I put my hand down on this? It's like right there, but I can't pick it up with anything. Try a different pair of tweezers, maybe. Where's that big solid front one? These right here. Did I get it? I don't know. I saw a little piece of metal on my index finger. No, I still feel it. This is gonna drive me absolutely batshit insane, isn't it? Because it'll be like I'll keep having the sensation of having a splinter without actually having one, to the degree where I want to like pick apart my entire palm. But I mean, there was like a little sharp pain every time I brushed the area. Oh, I see. This is the original and advanced soundtrack. This is everything. That's why it keeps going. It's good. I need some background music. Of course, nobody in the VOD can hear anything anymore. Yeah, Phantom Splinter. I feel like that got it, but in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna feel it again. Oh, you have the shop vac method? I don't think it's shop vac. Mine isn't powerful enough. It's a 2 horsepower like car vacuum that's a shop vac that I use for cleaning off the milling machine and stuff, and that might be powerful enough to pull a splinter. But I think what it is that the splinter leaves behind a little wound, and that little wound is what I'm kind of feeling. But I think I'm okay. I think I got it, actually. Just a little picking apart of white spots on my palm. I have to keep our eye out for that extra screw. This is not it. That's some other screw. Does that work? I mean, I don't need it anymore. I think I no, I think I feel it still. Like if I have one, then it's wait, what is that? Oh, it's sticking straight up. Hold on a minute. Either this is like the dust particles where they keep reappearing, or no, I think that was a piece of skin. That's really gonna bug me. I could also put glue on it. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. But I'm gonna keep doing this throughout the whole day. All right, the M303 is mega screwed up. This thing is just dead. I gotta let Dave know that it's a DOA. But if he lets me keep this, I'll have to reverse engineer the whole thing, because I'm not a particularly large fan of Acid House, but any new voice on the synthesizer is appreciated. Let's do some other tuning today. Let me get this out of here. We'll actually get started. Why not? If you suction it on your hand for like 20 seconds, there's a splinter in that specific area will look raised. I'm gonna try it. From insulation, really. A friend of mine works at a metal shop, and he always gets like a metal art shop, and he always gets these splinters, and he just literally like rubs a magnet on his hand at the end of the day, and or just lives with it. Make this more deployable. Oh, come on. Ah. All right, let's see what that did, aside from putting dirt all over my hand. The nozzle's not exactly clean. I don't know. I don't think it did anything. I might just not have a splinter. That, or it is part of this stuff up here. Those are just areas that I picked at. What did I do with the tweezers now? Why do I keep losing them? Can I not keep track of my own tools? Am I that inept? See, the thing is, I've gotten splinters in this area before, and they are just impossible to track down, and I end up doing what I'm doing right now, which is picking my skin. I mean, this is like a microscopic splinter, if it is even in there at all. But it's like I feel the scratchy splinter feeling in this area. That's why I picked this apart, because when I press around here, I can feel it, but I also feel it a little higher up. You think that? I don't know. That looks like, I mean, that might just be dry skin. I should put some moisturizer on, and then we'll, yeah, I'm gonna put some moisturizer on my skin, and we'll double back and see if it, actually, I'm not really perceiving it anymore. Let me put some, let me put just the ever slightest amount of mega super duper moisturizer. Only need just a tiny little bit. Oh, I can still feel it though. That's not it. Is that little discoloration right there? Could you be it? I don't think so. I don't know. What about this? This is smaller than these tweezers can really operate. I think I got it. Oh, what is that? Whoa. Oh. Yeah. Whoa. Just as I dig through my palm. Oh well. I don't know. It could just be the perception that there's a splinter and there's actually not one anymore. I had to put my hand down on my wooden stool and move around looking for that screw, huh? All right, what temps are we at right now? 53, 51. Drill it out. Like in Pi, the movie. I see these 3 spots, and they really do remind me of splinters. I'm gonna keep trying with a different pair. Where did the different pair go? I had another pair of like really sharp tweezers. I lost them. I don't know where I put them down. Maybe they're back in here? Well, it doesn't look like it. Because I need those flat front things that are just really, really sharp and able to grip very small things. Oh, there they are. They got to the bottom of the bin. Yeah, I see 3 little dots on my palm, and I see them casting shadows. No, I think that's dry skin. I think it's dry skin. I suffer from being dry. I'm just harassing my skin at this point. Yeah, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. It's a dead skin. Oh, I thought you said farm. It's dead skin. I know. It's all just dead skin. It's just, I get like that. If I get a splinter, I really need to like remove it, because having just the slightest like ping of pain when I put my palm on something is so distracting to me. But yeah, I just need to, I need to get out of my own head here. And here, let me move this over here. There we go. Yeah, it's one of those like very human thing. Some nurses are really good at like working splinters out of stuff. Wait a minute. What are you doing there? You shiny speck. Little tiny shiny dot. Do one of those satisfying pimple pops on camera one time. No, I don't have any pimples though. There it is. Now, is that even lodged in? No, that wasn't even lodged in. I'm just over observing everything. I'm overdoing it. But there is still sharp pain when I push right there. This is just not accurate enough. Yeah, I think there's still something there. I just don't know what. It's too small. The overly red area, that's where I've been picking at my skin for the past 20 minutes. Sorry. I got a splinter and I don't think I actually got it out, but yeah, it's just it's not a metal splinter. It's not ferrous. It was from the stool topper, which is wood. So it's like a micro fiber of wood that decided to shove its way into my palm. But I gotta stop doing that, because it's that micro little tinge of pain that you get, and I can't ignore it. Stream starts when I have a hole through my entire hand. All right. Yeah. Stuff. Down we go with the volume. Hit pause on that. Go over to the face cam. Hit the stream starts soon button. Which one was that? Where did it go? Setup. There we go. Okay, now we got that. Yeah, hi. So I want to do easy stuff today, because these systems that we've been working on are analog and completely and utterly stupid, complicated, and difficult to figure out. You need to know every single thing about the circuit in order to work on the circuit. It is just a nightmare. Hold on, I gotta close a couple windows there. Apparently my stream was going in the background of my own stream. That's weird. I should have all the chats open and on Social Ninja. Yeah, it looks like everything's good. Skin lotion for your hands. I did. I used a little bit. It's dry here in the Northeast now, and so my skin automatically dries out. I need a haircut. My hair's starting to look a little comical. It's a little strange. But anyway, yeah, let's get started. I want to do something easy today, because all of these modules are really getting me annoyed. This modular synthesizer project wasn't supposed to take up this much time. I mean, that could be said of like every single project here. It wasn't supposed to go that long. Nothing is supposed to go that long. But there's been a variety of different tasks and stuff. Maybe we could look at some of the digital modules and get them a little bit more tuned. I don't want to have to take out the programming stuff. So I think like clouds will remain out of the subject matter for today. But there's a bunch of other stuff that we can play with, and since I've just finished a round of oscilloscope mods, we can check out tuning on the oscilloscope too, because that expensive thing is way more accurate than a lot of the equipment I have. I mean, the BK Precision is pretty good, but like this thing's probably a lot better now. All right, so I'm gonna bring this window over here, and I'm still getting used to the new setup with 3 monitors. I got 3 monitors up here finally. It was a $200 monitor, but it helps spread everything out. With 2 monitors on the streaming setup, I was kind of overlapping a lot of windows and stuff. Now, when I'm using the microscope, it's got its dedicated monitor right there, and I can have all of my side stuff, like the stuff that I need to moderate, over here, and I can have the part that I'm sharing with you guys on this screen. And then I have chat just right there in the middle where it kind of looks natural for me to read. Yeah. Really? Oh, dry air in a wheelchair. Yeah, I would imagine if you're using your hands and constantly touching rubber, that would dry your skin out. Ah! I just put my palm like this on the bench, and it flexes my skin and then gives me a shooting pain. The thing is, though, I've had splinters in this area before that hung out for like a year. So I don't know if this is just psychosomatic, but that was like shooting pain. So there's like a microscopic piece of splinter that's just sitting on a nerve. I'm not going to pick apart my hands this entire stream, though. I'm going to try to ignore that and move on with my life. But it's so annoying to get these tiny little splinters. Let's get the synthesizer over here, and I guess I'll put it on the chair next to me. So I need to go grab the chair. Mounted LCD. Yeah, what I do is I buy Simple Human mounts, because they're like, they're kind of, schwanky mounts. They're pretty nice. And you can get them all day, every day from eBay. Yay. You can get them from eBay because all these facilities will open up and close, right? So they open up and they buy a bunch of these Simple Human monitor mounts for like a medical facility. And then when it comes time to close it down, they put everything up on eBay. And so you can get them pretty cheap. Like $100. Borrowing a scope from work to try to track down an issue in a 10G 48 port PCIe switch. Oh my God. Yeah. If nobody's asking, nobody's saying anything about it, so. Synthesizer. Welcome to my synthesizer. It's got knobs. It's got a power supply. It's got cables. It's got dust. Let's get this kind of handled. Let's organize this a little bit, which means making sure that my mic cable doesn't get caught on everything. I just drape it like that so it doesn't go along the floor. Of course, it means if I move around, it'll follow me, and I'll end up pulling over my lighting stand. That's a lot of, yeah, well, chat was being belligerent and saying, oh, you don't know nothing, bother talking about how expensive scopes are. What about audio equipment? What about audiophile level equipment? I'm like, dude, you have no idea how much test equipment goes for. It is a racket. It's insane. But a lot of very advanced engineering goes into that kind of stuff. So, a lot of tuning and engineering and time. Time is mostly the big one. All right, so what do we got, and what do we got working? And how do I use this stuff? I don't know. I actually have no idea. I have a couple VCOs that don't work. I have the 3340 that does work. It's the only VCO I got that works. I have a crime and ornamentation, and ornaments and crimes. I think I want to get crime functioning, though. We should probably look at tuning this and follow something. The ADSR, I don't know how to test, and I don't think it works. I don't think this thing is working at all. Bic and Tick, I've put a lot of work into. I snapped the circuit board over my knee, and then I soldered all the points back together very carefully, and then I did all of the attachment points to the front panel stuff, and then this had the audacity to not work. And it could be because of the JFET that I put into this thing. That might not allow the VCO to function. I can see a square wave in here. I don't know. So we can maybe look at that, although that's going to be a lot more complicated. I'm trying to keep it simple and just get the stuff that I have tuned. Now, Brain Custard, I kind of want to turn into a low-frequency oscillator, because I need a low-frequency oscillator, and Brain Custard is kind of a very crunchy output. It kind of has a cool output. The Basics module works, but I think this one needs to be digitally tuned. I think this needs a digital tune. It's a lot larger surface mount, so it probably works already, but that would be something to look into too. The Sheeps module is a... No, it's not Clouds. Sheeps is something else. It's a... I forget, like, it's not Basics, it's a... Well, either way, it's a modified other module. Oh, well, it says Tim on it. I don't think it's Tim. But this one, I believe, is tuned with a pot right there. And so I've tuned that already to 0 volts. So this one technically counts as being functional. But we need to look at it. We need to test it. Kinks works-ish. The randomizer is a little bit weird. Clouds, I believe Clouds is a digital tune as well. Yeah, there's no potentiometer on it, so I think Clouds needs to be observed and tuned. There's dog hair flying everywhere. God. And then my tuner over here is fine. BMC15, we know that the voltage-controlled amplifier works. We know this works because we've tested it. 3340 VCO, we just finished. Brain Custard, I already mentioned. Kinks, Marbleps. These are the only things that work. Let me get all this stuff out of here. And we'll just go module by module and just start messing with stuff. Get all these wires out of here. I kind of packed everything up to make room for other projects, but so the state of the synthesizer is pretty bad. Not a lot functioning. I know it, but well, my power supply works at least. I know that. Oh, this is actually the speaker project. This needs to go over by the speaker project, which is on the other table. So I'm going to throw this. Oh, damn it. It fell behind the table. Well, I'll have to fish that out later. Yeah, the speaker project is just going to use the old speaker hardware and turn it into a dumb speaker instead of a smart speaker. I don't need it to connect to Bluetooth. Yeah, that's a good scope to forget about, huh? And then reasonably, I mean, when would the company even try to track it down again? Well, I guess it depends. We had 3 scopes at the one engineering job I went to for a while. That was for a co-op in college. So it was a billion years ago. But they only had a couple scopes, but they rarely ever used them. You know, the engineers had their scopes, and then every now and then a tester would borrow it. Okay, where do we even start? Let's start with crime. Let's do crime. Let me hook up my second power supply because we may need to have an input from a module, in which case we'll take out Marbles and use that, because Marbles is the most extensively tuned module that I have. It guarantees that everything is working. I should probably make this into a better plug, to be honest. So this is Stripe. This one is the one next to it. And then we got this one here. All right, so that's 2 power plugs ready to go. Now, ornamentation in Crimes is a digital module. One thing that I am missing is a proper voltage regulator, I think. No, that's on the other one. On one of the other ones, I couldn't find a 3-volt version of this package regulator, and I was too lazy to buy one. This one is, yeah, Ornamentation in Crime, or O_C, is the compact one that fits into the Eurorack module and takes up very little space. I built this, and then I put it in the pile to test it later. Now, one of the concerns I had was that this one uses a Teensy 3.2, and it uses tricks. It uses sneaky little tricks in order to get certain timing elements from the Teensy 3.2 in terms of performance. Like, it's sharing an SPI between the DAC and the screen that it uses to display. So there's a lot of little, like, timing tricks within the microcontroller, and that's bad because it means it doesn't immediately port to the next version of the Teensy. Not to mention, there are special pins on the Teensy 3.2 that have special functions. And so if you move to another mic results with a Teensy 4.0, I don't know as a direct swap or not, or if it needs a different layout on the PCB. This one has some special spots for like pogo pins to go up and contact pads on this top board, but I don't think those are strictly necessary. I guess, you know, whatever, but send you my project. What? Only one who knows how to use the thing. Oh, so the next person to use it will be me. Next person will be me. They probably would rather me just keep it here rather than transporting it around. Yeah, I guess so. They should. Tektronix are pretty good. It should stay pretty well in tune with a fierce knock to the head. But yeah, I guess it's better that it stays in a temperature controlled environment and all that. Scopes are weird. They'll bite your head if you're wearing meat on it. Just made a 4.0 to 3 adapter board. See, but the problem is, in the software, it's doing these weird timing tricks that apply to this microcontroller. That's why you don't program like that. I know there's a couple things that I've done where I've programmed like that. And if I had to swap brains, which is a common thing to do, because the reason that the Teensy 3.2 isn't good for crimes and ornamentation is that Paul Stoffrigan stopped making them. He stopped. He just said, no, I'm not doing them anymore, because the supply chain issues were so prevalent. So that's why there's a big effort to get the Teensy 4 to work properly. There may need to be a layout change in order to get the proper pins to the proper places. Now, yeah, an adapter board would be really good to do that. It's actually kind of hard to read on this camera. Usually I have stuff a little darker. Yeah, there, that's better to read. But yeah, it's all just the do's and don'ts of microcontrollers. But anyway, I happen to have a Teensy 3.2 because it was my primary programming platform for all my projects, because it's insanely powerful at the time. This is like 10 years ago. Insanely powerful, and so you can program all stupid and it will run your code. But I thought this one had a busted COM port, so I wrote COM, and then the two X's usually get a frowny tongue out the side there, but I didn't have room for it. I thought the COM port was completely busted on this, but we put ornamentation and crimes onto this board, and it started working just fine, as far as I can tell. Now let's pull up something. I think that's a copyright. And MXMXMX is the person that does that. I like this one because as long as you plug in the power connector, it can go in either direction. First stop is a full bridge rectifier that takes it to its proper polarity. Because that's the way these are designed. The way the plug is designed, well, Roland had a bunch of extra stuff after the power, but the way they cut the power down to the 10-pin connector, those two in the middle, well, actually all 6 in the middle are ground, and then positive and negative are on either side. So if you flip the connector around, you get full bore negative voltage in your positive terminal, right? But if your first stop is a full bridge rectifier, that's just going to rectify it out to where it needs to go at the cost of a couple, drop of 0.7 volts or so. What up, Mahalo? What is happening? So we got to figure out how we're going to tune this thing. So I guess what I'm going to do is, micro, crimes, and ornaments tuning. I always say it wrong in front of Julian, and he always corrects me, and Dave actually called him out for that. I have no desire to learn what the name of this module is. Manual. Yeah, 3.2 clones, I don't know. I don't know why there wouldn't be a lot of them. Firmware user manual for Hermits. 1.3. I don't know what version I've put on this thing. We're just doing whatever I could hack together. The Ornament and Crime firmware is a collaborative open source project by Patrick Dowling, aka PLD, Max Stadler, aka and Tim Churches, aka Benelog Bicyclist. It considerably extends the original firmware for the Ornament and Crime DIY Eurorack module, designed by... The original Ornament and Crime module was designed to perform with a single function, a digital quantizing version of the classic analog shift register. There is still a quantizing ASR, analog shift register, function in the current Ornament and Crime firmware, now named Copier Machine, but several other apps have been added. Oops, where's my... I don't have this scene in the Stream Deck, so I can't do very good comedy cutaways. Including quantizers, sequencers, low-frequency oscillators, random and chaotic control voltage generators, and so on. These apps are selectable on the fly without having to reboot the module or toggle the power. The Ornament and Crime module and the firmware for it break new ground as a polymorphic module. A generic set of inputs and outputs are provided, and the textual OLED display is used to permit remapping of these inputs and outputs. For each app, and in some cases, each of the 4 channels within each app, the Ornaments and Crime module does not purport to be the The Ornament and Crime module does not purport to be the paradigmatic pinnacle of polypurpose. You guys are having fun writing this. In fact, as noted above, it was originally designed to fulfill just one purpose, ASR. But together, the much expanded firmware for it, we hope it provides... What? Oh, but together with the much expanded firmware for it, we hope it provides an interesting and useful early step in the evolution of such multi-purpose modules. I don't remember anything that I just read. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. Operating principles, startup, app selection, save and module state, reset to default, general operation of the app. Where's my tuning? Scales, custom scales, non-octavial tunings, apps, copier machine. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here, man. There's a lot to learn on this module. Control F. Apparently that does something else when I'm clicked into OBS. Control F. Tuning. Greater than 100, predefined scales, blah, 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 blah. Many of the predefined non-octavial tunings of the Zen harmonically obsessed. Huh? No. I'm looking to tune the initial tune after building this thing. Looking around here. Single purpose. Now it does a bunch of stuff nobody asked for. Like Excel. Ow! There's that splinter again. RFC TLA's mesh. I don't know what any of it means. No, I know some of the acronyms at this point. Quantizing modes, like where there's a tuning menu. Custom scales, micro scales. No, I don't want custom tuning. I just want to initially tune this thing. Let's see. Microcrimes and ornamentation, initial tuning. Now, there are videos on this. I don't want to open up a video. I'd rather just follow something. This is the same thing I was just looking at. Ornament and Crime. Over. That's the same page. Hemisphere. Hemisphere Suite is an alternative firmware for the Ornament and Crime Eurorack module. Hemisphere Suite is an open source project. Ornament and Crime is a collaborative open source project. This cheat sheet is based on the Hemisphere Suite, so that's not what I have. It pulls up a thing about tuning when you first boot it up. Making a few reverb modules, part of the yanked. Oh, that's cool. I don't know what that is. It's a specific sounding organ. Interesting. Those are the panels that people are selling. Syncat scales and micro tuning. I'm just gonna have to wing it on this one, probably. All right, I'm gonna wing it. All 50 plus. I'm going to have to watch this hour 45-minute video in order to figure out what the heck I'm doing with this thing. But the thing is, like, we need to make sure that the ins and outs are correct. By the way, the scope with the new fan, we are at 55.5 degrees, and I think we're going to stay around there. Now, I've got the multimeter open on the multimeter panel on the side here open, so we'll be able to use that. I have to suffer so that you guys can have good scope visuals. This screen, the anti-glare protector, makes things look a little bit fuzzy. It's still, I can still read it, but it just seems like it's not as sharp. I wonder if I can buy like a barely fuzzed screen. I don't know. Either way, okay, turn the output on. We got 12 volts coming in on this thing, and no matter what the orientation that I plug this thing in, we will simply get Ornaments and Crime started up. And so what that does is it starts a calibration, and here we've got the program now. So it actually asks me if I want to calibrate initially. I think what we need to do is catch that calibration. Now, I can just hit reset. I think this is left and right, these buttons. Okay, so apparently the reset button is just the screw everything up button. There we go. I don't know what the defaults are. Use default, no. Center display, oh, I'm not gonna touch that one. I guess that's pressed down, okay. DAC A, -3 volts. Okay, let's see. So -3 volts, we need to measure that, so I need to get out a thingy. Let me get my thingy out here. We need to figure out where the heck DAC A is. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna have FTL stuck in my head for a month. Ornaments and Crimes. And then I kind of want the manual, but a front panel would also just be fine, just so I can see what I'm looking at. Trigger 1, 2, 3, 4, CV 1, 2, 3, 4, and then out 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, D. Well, this one says DAC A. So, okay. So that would be our bottom row output. And that should be at -3 volts. 3.168. How fine is this adjustment? how small? I shouldn't touch the circuit board while I do this. Well, it is adjusting. It's just I have to move it a lot in order to get it to adjust. Oh yeah, I'll put the scope on screen, sorry. Where's my scope? Streamlabs, unknown cam. I think it's way down here. SandCam, overlays. Oh my god. I need to put a button on the show scope display. There it is. Boop. It's a little frenetic, that screen. Oop, that was the wrong direction. Three 3.05, 3.03, 3.02. A little bit more. 3.009, 0.001 volt. Here we come. It's going to switch to millivolts, and it'll be like 700 millivolts. Actually, it won't switch because it's 300. Or sorry, 3 volt. It's got a leading 3, so it won't display it for us. What? Oh, overshot. I think it needs to propagate the entire horizontal axis in order to give us. Nope, a little bit more. A little bit more. Let it, okay, let it average it out. Oh, I went too far. Why this? I mean, I don't need the schematic. I don't think so. I'll open it up though. Probably will need the schematic at the end. Oh yeah, this is on a weird piece of software, the schematic, so it's kind of hard to. I don't like reading it. It's not very efficient. Why did that drooped a bunch? I know my power supply is getting it very accurate power, so. But I guess as things heat up, the DAC is going to wander around. And look at that. This thing gets genuinely warm. It is dissipating the heat pretty well, though. It's using almost 100 milliamps. Okay, so there's that. But we're digitally adjusting the DAC, so. Do I need to, like, hit something to save? Oh, what just happened there? Oh, that's -2 volts. I see. So this is like what we did with what do you call it? Marbles. And if I just keep tuning these and going back to the other ones, I'll get it in. I'll get it all scaled and tuned properly. I like that I can do this just on the screen. This is nice. I should probably move this out of the way of chat a little bit, but I don't know. There's no better place for the scope to be. So. Boy, these variables sure are enormous. That's a big number. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, the result is all the way on the right here, so we should be showing channel 1 scale. Can I move this over to the other side? No, it just lets me collapse it. It's probably in a settings menu somewhere. .005. See, we're just plugged into the front panel, that's all. Three, two. One of my bosses at the audiovisual company, the AV place that I worked for, he made on one of the, I guess it was like one of those keyboards that has a bunch of voice banks on it. You can do a bunch of like different MIDI voices, and he had what was called a frustration timer built into the flicking of the knob. So if you were scrolling through the banks and going slowly, they would go one at a time. But if you started to go like this and you flicked the input knob, it would time that. And so the faster that flick was, the faster they ramped up the number of voice module or voices that it would skip, which was, I thought, a really clever and fun little anecdote about user interfaces. So if you zoop, 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 it would remember that time and scroll appropriately. All right, we're going to count that. I'm going to press this in and go to 1 volt. 1 point. Well, actually, that's getting pretty accurate. 1.09. Sorry about the flashing of this thing. I can't really do anything else with it. It's just going to look like that. It looks fine with Mark I eyeballs, but on the camera, which has a shutter, it's not exactly the prettiest. Going up or down? Hey. It is going down. 1.06. I should like bump this up to millivolt here. Speed it way up. Oh no, it doesn't like that. This is see, on the digital multimeter, this would be a lot faster. I just wanted to use the new piece of equipment. But the digital multimeter would probably be a lot faster because it would immediately display the change instead of it having to propagate across the entire graph there in order to get the average. And again, not knowing much about the scope and how it operates, there's probably a better way to do this. Oh, there might even be like an app over here. Math, XY, ref, counter. Yeah, digital DVM. Oh, that's what I got open anyway. Okay, yeah, so maybe this is the good feature. These ADCs, or no, analog to digital converter, these DACs are very, very sensitive chips. They're really well made. And these voltages should be as accurate as I could possibly make them, because then I know that my 1 volt per octave is true to form. Although sometimes people leave them out of tune, and leaving them out of tune means you might get your own weird dynamics going on. But I don't know enough about music to really function on that level. Okay, that seems good. Next. 0 volts. Not quite. Not quite. Now this one will get down to the very small voltages, because it doesn't have that leading volt to screw it up. So each individual click of this thing can be visible now. 6. So it's about 30 millivolts per number. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, it's about 30 millivolts. Although that scale changes, I guess. Carefully. Carefully. Ah! Oh my god, I got so nervously forwarded. We got to do this for all 4 of the banks, huh? Five, 2. Come on, buddy. 5, 1. It turned out really well. You know, I just cleaned it off before today. It's a little bit, it's a little bit hard to, it's a little fuzzy. I'm not a big fan of how fuzzy it is. I got used to one of these screen protectors on my old phone, and it was nice to not have stuff like the sun get reflected into your eyes at full bore. And this way you guys can't see my belly on the screen. But in the same vein, it's kind of annoying that it's a little fuzzy. You guys get the full effect right here, though. You can see it very clearly right there. $12, 7, 5. All these adjustments are so coarse. Okay, we crossed over to 4 millivolts. Bring that in a little bit. Careful now. Let that propagate the whole wave. Yeah, it's kind of annoyingly cloudy. I don't know. I don't know if I need to look at another brand for a matte screen protector. You can only get so far with it, I guess. 1.17. Come on, give me 0 millivolts. Yes! We've gone into, oh, we went into micro for just a second there. .8, or sorry, 800 microvolts. Okay, what is one number gonna do? 300. That's getting closer. I think we overdid it. No, that took us to 500. All right, let's let it settle there. See what it does. Yeah, at the beginning of stream, I cleaned off the screen protector and I officially mounted the fan. So it's all my scope mods are now official. And that's just how we're going to use the scope from now on. It's slightly warmer. It's like a couple degrees warmer than what it was, but it's totally and completely silent. $130, $160. Come on, baby. Where do you go negative? Oh, there you go. By 24. That's pretty good, actually. All right, so we're teetering back and forth on the line. So this is like the most accurate tune number that we've got. All right, press that in. Go to the next one. This would be 1 volt. Actually, got to be careful about pressing it down like that because I'll hit the reset button on the. Here, let's do this. I don't want to hit the teensies reset button accidentally. So we need a volt. 7, 9, 8. These are millivolt adjustments, and I'm going like several numbers, like tens at a time. We need to very carefully tune our crimes. Give that company 2 stars on Amazon. Wouldn't fit my scope and was cloudy. It's like, you mean your children's tablet? Is that what you mean? No, my oscilloscope. That's stable enough for me. Move on. Boop. 2 volts. We gotta adjust this scale. Actually, we don't. Wait a minute. I can move the trace down. And now we've got up to 3.1 volts available on display. Each crank is 1 volt, huh? 15, 14, 13, 12. Whoop. 2.0, 2005. Waiting. 2004. 1, 2, 3. 4. Oop. 2003. 2, 3. Oh. See, this is what I'm talking about with the delay. I don't instantly see the change. 2001. Come on, baby. Almost there. These are just the necessary finishing steps for all these modules. 2 volts. 3 volts. Oops, we went the wrong direction. Okay, well, we'll let it propagate. Like trying to hit an exact number when fueling the car. I can go in both directions though. I can siphon the gas out. It's not Price is Right rules. But we are taking it easy today and doing things that require less brain. I'd rather do this digital tuning all day than have to vet out where an analog signal breaks down. Because, man, that was starting to really get me. It kind of hits you in the confidence. Because it's like you look at this whole circuit, and it's this big complicated thing, and they've done all this work in order to get it to run in a specific way. Like each circuit structure is a required element of that analog signal. And you look at it and you go, I don't remember what this does. Like when was I supposed to put this design into something? I never went to school for analog electronics. I did all control systems and stuff, which was just heavy matrix algebra all day, every day. But yeah, I didn't like go into circuits and have to do all of the loop. I mean, we did have to do the mesh stuff in like 101 and 201 circuits, but yeah, I never did like the hardcore design stuff. I just got into that on my own and got a job in that, in electronics specifically, right out of college, because a friend's mother got a bonus for signing somebody onto the company. All right. Now, does this go back to? Oh, it goes to 4 volts. Well, that's gonna be an adjustment. It started at -3. That's weird. 4.110. Oh God, this is such a tiny adjustment. I guess instead of a scale and a like a multiplier, this has a specific number for each step of the way. It probably scales it based on where those numbers are, but it's weird. We're not just going to the top and the bottom voltage as we would do with other tuning. Let that settle out and see what it is. Not my tempo. Keep moving down. 5.1, 4.8. Oh God, this is getting boring. Come on, man. 4.03. How many decimal places? I'm sure this thing could display more decimal places. I wonder where I set that. I'd want to see the whole thing. I want to see what each individual number does. But you can only do that at 0 volts because it won't scale otherwise. We can only do this within 3 digits of the main number. I wonder if I can find that setup somewhere, that setting somewhere. That's just a little setting. DC, channel 1, upper, lower. Well, that's only for the beeper. In limits, out of limits. Okay. Yeah, you can have it beep when it's out or inside of limits, which is pretty cool. I could set it to ±4, exactly 4.0001, and have it beep when it gets to the number. Hold the line. Hold the line. Oops, I went a little far. That might go 3.999. Nope. One more. Just one more number, bro. Just one more lane. One more lane. Just one more lane, bro. 5.0076, huh? And hold. Okay. I think we're safe. I'm going up to 5 volts. This is going to take a little bit. Oh man, this is a pain in the butt, isn't it? I thought this would be a little bit more interesting, but we're gonna have to do this for all the channels. We got 4 of these to do. 1097. It'll be nice though, because then crimes will probably be my most accurate. What? Put a screwdriver on it so I can just keep twisting it? Put the electric drill on this? We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's let that settle out and figure out where we are. 5.06. Yeah, all right, keep going. I think it's like 2 seconds we have to wait after I settle on number 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Yeah, it's 2 seconds. Just got to delay 2 seconds so that the number can settle in. Boob. Or Seuss. Seuss. Eus. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. you know, counting faster doesn't make the seconds go faster. Hey, True Queen. All right, a couple more clicks. Doot, doot. 5.000. Not yet. Boop, boop. Hold the line. You stay right there. Ah, 1. There we go. All right, what's next? 6. Hey, it's still going up. We got to do this all the way to 10? 6.19, huh? Can this thing go? I wonder how many volts this thing goes to. I guess the crimes and ornamentation is like a control voltage module. It can give you like scales and stuff like that you can then control with the control voltage, but it'll give you like, you know, 1 volt per octave output, which I guess goes pretty high. I don't know. Oh my God, this one's, it's off by so much. Six, 3, 3, 6, 7. This being the newest and most accurate piece of equipment that I have. Even the BK Precision has been kind of shipped around, so I don't really know exactly where its tune lies. Although being a BK Precision, it's probably a pretty solid tune. But I did do BK and this thing side by side, and they seem to be having the exact same numbers, even though this one isn't showing me the full scale. All the way down. Come on. Let's go. What is buzzing at me all the time here? All right, put this down. Keep going. We're keep tuning. This is super crazy and exciting. Whoa! So much tuning is going on. This is nuts. Sorry. It's just we gotta tune this thing, and it's so boring. I said I would tune modules today. At least I don't have to think too much. That's gonna go below, isn't it? 07. Come on. Yeah, I guess each of these variables represents a voltage, and then I don't know, because why would you do a tap for each individual voltage level? Is it going to scale that to the next number, or does it take all of them into account in order to produce some kind of like a theoretical, like turning this number that it sends to the DAC into a voltage level? What is it doing with that? I suppose it probably just scales on the voltage below it. We good? We good. -3. Okay, now we're down there. Let's get -3 going. So move this back to center and bring it up to -3. And let's just see how accurate our -3 is still. Slightly needs slight adjusting. One, 2. 1, 2. This isn't adjusting at all. Oh wait, we're in the negatives, so shouldn't I go this way with it? Why isn't it doing anything? Hello? Why isn't this moving? Hey. Five, 6, back down to 3. 3.013, and I'm moving it. What's going on here? Is that my... is that me adjusting it? Is that like a representation of the variable? I think it is. Anything I'm doing is not adjusting it, though. We've got channel 1 selected, so it should be measuring right now. What the heck is going on here? why isn't this doing anything? Does the next scale do anything? -2. What's going on here? I feel like I'm adjusting it, but it's not letting me adjust them. Oh, DAC C. Oh, I see. So we're going through all of them. Oh, we've got to go all the way back to A. Oh, boy. No, 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 no. Oh, man, I can't. Can I go back this way? Oh, no, I need to turn it off and on again. Son of a bitch, I wanted to go over the voltages again. Turn it off, turn it on. Left calibration. Start. Don't do pixel offsets. Okay. Channel A, -3, -3.013. We're on channel A. Actually, can only go through this once, huh? Seven, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Let that marinate. All right, -3, -2. You're still off. Of course, the module has had time for the heat to propagate through it, so that's probably affecting the stuff. Actually, I don't know how susceptible this is to temperature variation. I do not know. .07, 2.06. Come on, man. 2.05. 3, 2, 1, 2. Done. This one is -1. That's pretty close. 5. Yeah, that's a progress bar through the variable. Oh no, that's through the menu? I guess if I click down on this one, it probably takes me to the previous one. I'll test that in a second here when we get through these voltages again. Wish I could just give it a voltage and then it would calibrate to that. Like, give me 1 volt and I'll measure that, and then we'll just get it from there. Okay, there's that one. Next, 0 volts. This one we should be able to get pretty accurately. -1 millivolt, huh? That's pretty huge. Microvolts. Or 800, -16 microvolts. Yeah, I'm gonna count that I'm gonna count that as accurate. That's a very small voltage that we're measuring here. Actually jumped. What if I go one more variable? Now we're in the positive and the negative. So we're teetering on the positive and negative. I might be able to go one more. Boop. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I'm gonna accept that one because there's a lot of noise at this accuracy level. 1 volt. $999 millivolts, huh? What direction am I going in? Okay, so that's the wrong direction. Go all the way down there. Give it a second. Give it more than a second. Give it a little bit more than a second. Okay, that's pretty good. 1 volt. And this one is 2 volts. 2.001. Accurate? Yes. Next. 3 volts. Come on, baby. It's like doing the slot machine. Okay. And then it's going to take us to 4 volts, and I got to adjust. .009. Going to go down. I paradoxically go this way. 8, 7, 5, 4.004, 3. This is the weirdest game on Twitch. I guess when I'm done with this thing, I'll have a very, very accurate control voltage device, though. Presumably, assuming that everything doesn't shift when I unplug it and plug it back in. 4.001. Come on. Go to 0. Damn it. Go to 0. There it is. Don't do 399. Don't do 399. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, next. 5 volts. I feel like I can't do anything with the hardware though once I get it tuned. Like if I get the proper voltage regulator in there, if I change the voltage regulator out, it's probably going to get different numbers for everything. It'll be a slightly different regulated voltage. Right there. Don't go to 499. Don't you do it. Okay, there's that one. Finally, 6 volts. Two, 1. Oh, 6.0, 6.01. Doot. Doot. I got 2 doots in that. 2 doots. Okay, 6.0 volts. Now, if I go to previous, yeah, there. So that goes to 5. Back to 0 volts. Configure this thing so we can do -3 on the next channel. That one's still off by a little bit. Oh, that was the wrong direction. That's going to go to 4, isn't it? These are fiddly as hell. I need like a voltage source that this thing can calibrate itself off of. Like a regulation chip in there, one of those little voltage regulators. The thing that actually, what is it? Not Marble. Yeah, Marbles. Marbles does that. It has a device in it, an ASIC that very accurately produces -10 volts, and then that's used to go into the op amps in order to scale things given the gain, it scales things with that -10 and the gains set up with the op amp in order to create from a positive to -5 volt signal. It turns that into a 3.3 to 0 volt signal. Pretty clever. All right, good on those. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we go to channel B. We got to do this 3 more times. At least this will go a little faster. Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh no. Up. I'm just grateful you have thumbs. I guess me too. That's an observation. I can do this without thumbs. Wood is 43, subbing for crime. Yeah, this is what it takes to tune the DAC, the digital to analog chip on the back of this module. This is for my modular synthesizer over here, which is real blurry because the camera's focused in close. And I get to show off my new scope, even though we're not really looking at woobly waves yet. But my new scope, I'm able to put up on screen really nicely. How's it going, Woodis? Been a minute. All right, so -2 volts. Once I do this, this will be one of the most accurate modules I have for the 1 volt per octave operations. I don't know the temperature of the minute that it's been. Yeah, I've done a lot of improvements here, and I've been uploading all of my VODs to YouTube, so I get to listen to my own voice almost constantly, and it's very, very annoying. The dog's barking in the background. Why is she going so crazy? But yeah, I've been able to listen to all of my stupid voices and bits and realize how little they land, at least in my mind. You guys are very kind for tolerating me. But yeah, that VOD channel's popping. I got videos planned until the end of January. Well, the beginning of January, and I need to continue the uploading. So I'm not going to be streaming on Saturday. We're not going to do games. I am going to be uploading video and combing through them. You know, to peruse something has totally lost all of its meaning. Peruse, like if you peruse something, you're supposed to be like studying it. And somehow, through its usage, it suddenly has become, I just leaf through. I've perused it. So when I say I need to peruse my video, what I really mean is that I'm scanning it very quickly for the stuff going on in the video. But if you got the textbook definition of peruse, it wouldn't work. I don't know what that family of words is, where through colloquial meaning, the word means the opposite thing that it originally intended for. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of things like that. What are some other examples? I can't think of any other examples. 3, 2, 1. Really? Champing at the bit? But you're not chomping at the bit, you're champing at the bit. It's what a horse does. Why didn't it go over well? You can look it up. Champing at the bit. Maybe it was whatever it was in reference to. It's going to go the opposite way, isn't it? It's going to go up. Oh no, that's going down. We're still in the negatives. Yeah, that one totally lost its way too, because it's like everybody says chomping at the bit to mean like you're ready to go. What was the actual accurate original meaning? Hold on. Champ King. Chew on this. Is it chomping or champing? Could you just answer the question, please? Chomping at a bit, cliche, blah, 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 blah. Champing at the bit is to show impatience at restraint, so to be restless. When they bite their bits repeatedly and restlessly, they are champing. That fits with what we're trying to say about President Obama. Wait a minute. June 9th, 2016. That's an old article. What was that about Obama? What? Yeah, champing is to bite or grind your teeth at, and it means fighting against restraint instead of being ready to go. I thought it was something else. Come on, man. Getting sick of this. There it is. So I've seen, because I've been exposed to more regular television as a result of having the dog and having to watch over the dog and stuff, I saw this year's Hess truck commercial, which, boy howdy, is that the biggest propaganda thing that I've seen in recent memory. It is essentially a Hess truck with a deployable police tank that has a battering ram and a turret. Yeah, this thing is awesome. I'm super happy about this scope because we can show stuff like this, and I've got a nice little layout there. But good lord, is it ever just like smash through the protest with your police tank kind of thing? I was watching it and I'm like, I came to the realization, like, yeah, this is a fun kid's toy, but this is a tank that's been painted blue. Like, and the scenario in the commercial is even funnier. Santa's sleigh is stuck in the snow, so a police tank rams it with a battering ram. It's like, hold on a second to free it. Been wanting a Fleer for years, can't really justify it. These on eBay, they're about 150 bucks, I think. Although my numbers are from a long time ago, so it might not be accurate anymore. 150 bucks, and then the webcam module, which is pretty specific to my needs, is another like 150 bucks. But actually, it might have been 70 or 80. But like these little Lepton devices are showing up in all kinds of things now. So you can get, and there's also that European company that makes what is it? The thermal imager that does over 60 FPS, which is pretty nice. They're not restricted by ITAR because they made the technology on their own, out of the States. Trying to get 0 volts calibrated here. Got to get out of the millivolts here. Oh, we're actually really far off. Why did I feel like that was closer? It's also a Chinese one. Yeah. Yeah, which would probably have been, well, if I were doing it today, that would have been the smarter buy. Although we'd get a different color palette. This is the one that everybody's used to, though. It is a copyrighted color palette. You copyright anything, even your skin. Making me wonder if I should check calibration of my ornament and crime. Yeah. Well, I'm in the midst of calibration hell, and it's the most annoying thing in the world. But at least when I get this done, I'll know that I'm accurate for my 1 volt per octaves. This one's a pretty easy calibration too. This isn't a nice one. Although you do have to sit down with a pot of coffee and try to peel your eyes open long enough to sit here and twiddle knobs in order to get all your numbers to be your numbers. And this may not be the most accurate way to do it. I mean, I've got 2 decimal places in that number. I know that, look at the frame rate change when I move my hand. Yeah. Yeah, well, for me, it's getting it working. I've got all of these are uncalibrated and tested. Some of them are easier than others to calibrate and test, but one of them, well, several of them, like for instance, the ADSR, doesn't work. I don't know how, and it's a fully analog circuit, and I want to die. It's terrible. I have to vet all this stuff out. It seems like every single time I try to take a shortcut and do something slightly different from how the person that designed the module wants it done, whoa, that was really weird and drunk. It backfires. 2, 1. Yeah, and well, but it backfires, and then I am forced to go in and learn every single facet of how something works. Yeah, well, troubleshooting is one of our specialties here. It's just when it comes to like purely analog circuits, it's a whole different beast. You know, I spent all this time troubleshooting, and then Julian goes, "Hey, this channel doesn't work." So I have, due to my knowledge of how marbles works, I went from the microcontroller back to the op-amp circuit and discovered a spurious voltage that I had seen before, and I was able to determine that it was the one pin of the op-amp that I simply had to drop a little bit of flux on and resolder. And so I look like a total magician when it comes to that. It makes me look really good when something like that happens. But the reason that I knew about that is I was struggling to get that module to work. I was emailing Toil, who specializes in DIY modules, and I was talking about all these things that might have been in the programming, or was it this or that, or, you know, I needed to get the specific program that does the self-testing running, and blah, 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 until I finally just sat down with the oscilloscope and poked each individual leg of the circuit. And you always have to test every single thing. And then it turns out it was my soldering. Absolutely the worst. Absolutely the worst. Yeah, it's always the case with these things, huh? I don't fashion myself a musician, and I would like to get to the part where I can figure out if I'm able to make pleasing noises with all of this equipment that I have. I did get to the part. Well, actually, that's where I am with the 303. Dave's 303 is like proper fucked. And the reason that these 303s get proper fucked is that this is the appropriate way to plug in the rack, the modular rack power. This is how you do it. Not in the middle, over to one side. Because I guess whoever Acid Lab likes to have like this daisy chain of all of their modules. But there's no markings that tell you of this. Nothing tells you how you're supposed to plug it in. So I'm going to have to tell Dave that his 303 is just absolutely blasted. He'll probably say, you can keep it then. And even if he doesn't say that, we'll have to go through and do just a whole lot of reverse engineering. Because this is a 303 in, you know, in its DNA. But there are things, certain things that they've done in here to use more modern chips to make that signature 303 sound. So I'll have to go in and just do reverse engineering, which I did for 10 years of my life. So I know how to do it. It's just a lot of, yeah. Apple's now required to provide parts by law to everyone, but they've made it extremely difficult to order and extremely difficult to replace. They're now being hit by a $5 billion lawsuit. Oh my God. Yeah, the filtering on the 303, I believe it'll be nice. I don't know though. But yeah, Apple does some crazy stuff. They have serial numbers in your ASICs, and the serial numbers have to match up to what the operating system thinks is going to be there, which is just an incredible amount of technology to be as greasy as possible. Come on, man. Give me 1 volt. Just 1 volt between friends? There we go. Okay, 1 volt. Go to 2. We gotta move this down. I can just click and drag. This is a touchscreen oscilloscope. Pretty cool. I'm really happy with the purchase. This protector is a little cloudy. I guess I'm gonna be in search of a slightly clearer, no glare protector. 2.04. Which way is down? Is that way down? That way's up, paradoxically. Wait. Wait. Okay, a little bit further. I have to reevaluate all the bits that I do, all of the voices that I make. I need to like record them and then play them back for myself, because the way that I think I sound is not how I sound. And actually, right now, I sound like I'm in a paper towel tube. Yeah, I 3D printed the front panels, and I couldn't get any more accurate text than I actually have. I couldn't do the sub-labeling of things. So I'm thinking about options, and I kind of want to get one of those ink tank printers and make an ultraviolet activated ink tank. But then you have to convert the bed. Instead of using paper, it needs to use a linear thing, which is totally doable. It's definitely something that we've done before. It would be really cool to be able to do, but yeah, I don't know. It's another big project, but it would be nice to do ultraviolet labels on top of these, like text in different colors and stuff like that. I would love to get a, well, I would love to make, I'm going to make a CNC machine, and then I can cut the modules out of carbon fiber, and they would be even cooler looking. I like me a good carbon fiber substrate. But for now, 3D printing is the easiest thing to do. 3.07. Oh, that's going to go up. We're going down by a lot. 3.05. 4. Probably going to be 3. Nope, 4.7. Blank panels and etching. That would be pretty cool. I mean, you can get circuit boards made all day. The level of precision in circuit boards is absolutely incredible. And for modular synthesizer like panels, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've only been exposed to my friends' modular synths. I'm kind of new to this. I'm the electronics guru, not the music guru. So for 20 years, Julian's been after my ass to build him a synthesizer. And I'm like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. It's just I never had the opportunity to learn how synthesizers work. So that's what modular has gotten me into. The fact that you can just buy a circuit board and they say, hey, good luck, asshole. Like, we're not going to help you at all. In fact, it is extremely cringe to contact the person who made the module. And I had somebody do that for me. I had somebody reach out to contact one of these module makers for me, and I'm like, never, ever do that. Because the open source circuit board level designs are open source. They don't have the time or the inclination to help people build their modules. They say you just got to figure it out, or hop on the Modular forums and asks people who will actually help you instead of, because like, yeah, imagine you open source your design and you give it out to the world and you're like, here you go. And then the world suddenly demands that you tell them exactly how to get this thing working perfectly, wasting a bunch of your time. And then you can't spend time designing new modules. It's like, just don't do it, man. Ugh. I cringed so hard that my soul left my body and it flapped around like a balloon deflating. Do what you do. I'm waiting for the follow-up. You could just do what I do and have a whole pile of untuned, partially working synth modules. Just a whole stack of them. How do I get these to sync? I need like a sync cable between these so the frame rate matches the LCD refresh. Oh, going the wrong way. Come on, man. Speedy, you never told us what you do. Moritz Klein. Oh, yes. Yes. No, those are some of my favorite videos on YouTube right now. Yes. I found, I believe not the last one, but the one before it. Slip them a donation and ask for a specific question. Not help me build it, but more of an any ideas of where to source. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good way to do it. You can get me to do all kinds of things for money. 4.017. Yeah, the Moritz Klein, I was considering, and we may still do this, is try to spread the word about his videos by following his build. Follow the build and build the same thing. And I'm like, wait, is that plagiarism? Would I be doing a plagiarism if I had his video up on camera and we built along into it? Yeah, it's all one perforated prototyping board too, but he fits so much of it in there. 4 of his basic oscillators. And the question is, like, do I have the parts? Since I've been buying a lot of through-hole stuff and a lot of analog stuff, I may be buffed up on all the parts that I would need. I don't know if I have the Schmidt triggers though. But it would be cool if I had all the parts to build something like that. Also, the capacitors. I need to buy some specific value capacitors because I've run out of them, because Bic and Tick uses them. And so I used up a whole bin of my multi-bin cap thing. 5 volts. Let's bring that down so we can see it. I mean, bringing the signal down doesn't make much of a difference here, but we're using the scope as a multimeter, so. Just got to give it a little bit to settle in. It's the way this thing works is the wave needs to propagate the whole screen in order for it to get an accurate reading. He ended up partnering with a major company and releasing a lot of his ideas with them. Oh, yeah, that was the reverb module that Julian had. The what are they called again? The reverb module that we repaired for Julian. Pretty good module. It was pretty well made too. But the company, is it Erica Synths? I think it's Erica. They didn't give me a hex file for the code. I emailed them and they just like brushed it off. Yeah, we're doing crimes and ornamentations. I don't know how we do ornamentations, but yeah, they didn't return my email. I was like, please, I just need a hex file that I can flash to this microcontroller. I ended up reverse engineering their software, and I didn't get a chance to test it for like I didn't get to test it after I added the one extra feature. The one extra feature that it has is that it's outputting a clock at a certain rate. And so I got everything else working with it. It was able to select all the right banks and had all the right colors for the LED, and the position, whatever it was selected on, would save between power events. I got all that working within the microcontroller, the ATtiny microcontroller. And the only thing I didn't do was that clock output. And so I wasn't able to say that I fully reverse engineered it and I got all the software working and I made it work exactly the same. I can't quite say that. I got very close. And then I got a hex file off of his, because he had two of these things. I got a hex file off of the one that the microcontroller didn't bite the big weenie in the sky. It was still alive. And so I got that hex file and programmed both of them with the same hex file. And then it started working again too. So I was close though. Genesis Waffle, holiday microcontrollers. Yeah, we've got the unobtainable microcontroller here, Teensy 3.2. And I am doing just a little bit of tune in here so that our holiday music isn't sour. But it's a lot of knob twiddling. I'm getting sick of having my knob twiddled here. My thumbs can't take it anymore, and it's all red and bruised. Ah, I forgot. This is the one that we're going to. So I can do comedy cutaways. Only from this one though. No, wait. Where's my... Oh, yeah, it's right there. Okay, yeah. So if I do this, comedy, and then we're back. It works. Okay. Well, thank you for the sub, Genesis Waffles. Let me see what the stats on that are. I got to look all the way over on this screen. Where did I put that? Oh, Streamlabs has failed me for the last time. I should have moved off of Streamlabs. It's purely, I'm only on there due to laziness. It's still loading. Still loading. I'm still waiting on this thing. I'm still waiting on Streamlabs. Hey, come on, buddy. I have so many windows open on this new setup. Streaming to both two platforms at once. 3 monitors is definitely a necessity. Why is Streamlabs... Come on, man. All right, well, I can't keep up with what's going on. I can do that with Twitch, the regular Twitch window. Where's my regular Twitch window? That's not that one. Do I not? Do I have one? I have one. I definitely have one. Yeah, here it is. 14 months. Yeah, holiday microcontrollers. And then, yeah, Woodus for 1 month at tier 1. And then I gotta thank people for gifting me subs to other channels. Because Fat and On, of course, gifted me a tomato. Thank you. Stray the Gamer 86 gave me a Brett Ultimus sub. So thank you for that. And then Chemistry gifted me a sub to YMS Plays. So that's awesome. I really appreciate all the external gift subs. You do not have to do that. And it's mostly a gift to the other streamer, which I appreciate you doing. But Genesis Waffle, thank you for the 14 months. All right, now we're back. Now I can go back over here. And then I can do this. Yeah, somebody was selling a lot of, I think, 12 Teensy 3.2s and Crime modules. Although if I had to do this with every one, all this tuning, I would certainly hate myself. But this is a relatively easy build. It's a larger surface mount stuff. And so I could have had a lot of fun going into manufacturing mode. But it also had all these Teensy 3.2s included with it, which I have seen on eBay for $300. I don't know if they're selling for that much, but I've seen them listed for that much. Oh, those are long gone? Okay. Well, when they weren't long gone, Julian, Dave, and I were scheming about it. And I would have loved to have. I don't have the capital seed money to get that initially. We would have had to pool. I could have just bought it and sold them. Deep in the horde. You need to get organizing. That's the best part about having a hoarding setup, is that you can go in and totally organize it and figure out where all your stuff is and somewhat catalog it in your memory. I don't do like cataloging systems. I know there are ones that use QR codes, one that use RFID tags. I don't do that because if I take one part out of a bin, I don't want to have to log that. Come on. Yep, stuck at 3. I don't know what's going on with the holidays. I think I might not be going to my brother's place. So if I don't go to my brother's place, that opens me up to be able to work during the holidays, and maybe we'll just have a little My Summer Car fun. You've no intention of selling yours? They're listing for around $90 each. Jeez, $90. Like with Crimes and Ornamentation, you need one. But if you wait a couple months, there will be versions of Crimes and Ornamentation that don't need one. So, all right, let's go to 6 volts. Boop. Boink. And then we wait for it to propagate all across. And then we get our voltage. 6.2. Oh, God, we got to go. I got to go this way, right? Yeah. I don't want to move it like this because my hand might induce capacitance on some of these lines, and then I'll get a different number. I just want to get the same number out of everybody. Where's keypad mode? Teensy's just Arduino. I suspect they'll make a pro micro Crimes. Well, yeah, I mean that's what even the creator of Teensy is working on. It's just the pinout needs to be a little bit different, and some of the little tricks that it did with timing and stuff in order to get the slower. Actually, it's the SPI on the 3.2 is faster than the SPI on the 4. And the 4 exists simply because of supply line issues in getting the chip for the 3. Now, if you're personally building your own ornaments in Crime, you can contact Paul Staffrigan and say, hey, I'm building a personal ornaments in Crime, and I can't find the microcontroller, and he will sell one to you. Yeah, I need to have him bring me. To have my own DoorDash driver. Go to Wawa and get me a bunch of diet sodas. And don't stop until you're here with diet sodas. I don't want to see you until you're back here. The Wawa that I typically go to does not seem to stock all the good diet drinks. I don't know why that is. I don't know if either they're getting bought up or if Wawa Incorporated isn't supplying these diet drinks. Let's check on 0 volts. Seven and 30 microvolts, huh? That brought us almost to a volt. Or a millivolt. We're talking microvolts. These are very small increments of voltages. Point 45 microvolts, 29 microvolts. All right, that looks like, I mean, -2 puts us at 1.991. That's going to go 199. Oh, there we go, 192. Negative 1.99. Oh my God. This is fiddly as hell. And at 5. Come on, buddy. 25 bucks? That's not so bad. Yeah, it's when you actually go to order them, they go, sorry. No, the crime is what we do next. Crime is what we do with the module, when this module acts like another module. Availability 0. Oh, there you go. -3 is accurate right off the bat. 2.008. Give it time. 3. Come on, buddy. 2. 1. Don't touch it. Okay. All right. I'm willing to accept that into my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Channel C. I gotta tighten this up too while we're here. These keep going loose. I gotta put some Loctite on them. And then channel C, we're at -3. No, we're not. Oh, we're a little close. Not that close, though. So much knob twiddling. I need to buy some knobs for this thing, for this whole synthesizer. I don't know where... I don't want to spend $1 billion on knobs, because you can really do that. You can spend a lot of money on knobs, and then if I'm going to change it over to being carbon fiber once I get in order to do a CNC, then I don't know. Haida. You can buy like big packs of knobs. You can buy like 25 at a time. But those are kind of cheap feeling in my mind. The ones I really like are the ones that I put on the attenuator at the very end of my synthesizer here. They're just knurled metal, so they feel nice and expensive. But I certainly would not be able to afford enough of those to cover all of my stuff. I'm getting into this synth stuff for pennies on the dollar, but I've still spent a lot. The parts for the modules are not cheap. The circuit boards are, you know, upwards of like $20, $30 each. They can be very cheap, but they're not necessarily, you know, bottom of the barrel pricing. And then you got to get all the elements, and then the potentiometers I've spent hundreds of dollars on. But for $75, you can build a marbles, and that's a module that's worth about $300. So line goes up. Mammoth Electronics, huh? What? Speaking of electronics places going up, I keep thinking every now and then about Fry's Electronics and how I made my chip frame to be for my emote. I made a chip, right? And I made it pleasant to look at, right? I got the colors just right, made sure that it looked good in Twitch, and then I basically did a gradient of yellow because the Google blobs were yellow, and I figured that would be a pleasing looking color on Twitch's dark mode and all that stuff. And I took Google blob emotes that had been vetted through and kind of catered that. I tweaked them to be my emote, right? Hey, Pyro, thank you for subbing with a little lurking thing. Yeah, we're twiddling my knobs until I can no longer feel anything. I did all that work, right? And I copied like the hypers in order to make that one. And then I found Fry's Electronics, which is a Southern electronics chain. It's like the DigiKey of the South. And I had never been to one, save for one time in college, because a friend of mine whose car we were picking up at the time, said, "Hey, you know, we can we should go pick up my car down in Texas, and I can show you what Fry's Electronics is." So I toured around Fry's Electronics as a college kid, and I was like, "Cool, they actually have like LEDs and stuff here." And it was kind of in not an amazing display. Of course, nowadays Micro Center has like everything, but yeah, it's like West and South, yeah. But then the pandemic struck. I had already been using my chip emote though during the pandemic. I had those established since many, many years ago. And the pandemic killed them. But I then, what was it, like maybe a year ago, maybe 6 months to a year ago, I was like, hey, Fry's Electronics, I remember that place. And I looked them up and I saw their logo. And it is just insane. It's almost exactly my emote, only very poorly drawn. It's what they used to use in their newsletters and stuff. Clearly it was theirs first. I'm not saying that they copied me. It's just I inadvertently came up with almost an exact copy of theirs, although theirs is bad and it has no design elements to it. Mine looks a lot better than that. But yeah, notorious for reselling broken returns. That's what Micro Center does, yeah. That's what I love about Micro Center, actually, because you can get something broken for pennies on the dollar, and it's usually just a capacitor plague capacitor. The pandemic, and then starting to go the route of Radio Shack. Yeah, oh, they were going Radio Shack. When I toured one in college, which was a billion years ago, like something like 20 years ago, they were selling appliances too. I mean, it wasn't just strictly electronics. But it's like I feel like I got myself out of a plagiarism lawsuit via pandemic. Yeah, sometimes broken means open box and perfectly fine. We had a graphics card once where a capacitor fell out of it. It's just like we were messing around with my friend's computer and overclocking, and a capacitor fell off. So we went to Micro Center, and don't tell anybody, but the statute of limitations is 10 years. So, but we went and got the same graphics card and then swapped them in the boxes and returned the broken one. We were like, something's weird about this one. We don't know. They should pay you royalties for stealing your logo. I think they had the electronic chip since the 90s because it's absolutely hideous looking. And they tried to make it 3D, and it was a freaking like otherworldly nightmare. It was dying before the pandemic too. I guess the pandemic just kind of sealed the deal. I got one channel to go after this, but I thought that was an incredible coincidence that I came up by stealing Google emotes, by being greasy in another way. I was actually copying from Fry's Electronics inadvertently. I don't know where the copyright law falls on that, but I would have to dig up my streams where I came up with the chip emotes. Those are some old streams. That was a long time ago. Back when I partnered. Actually, well, no, back when I what is it? What's the first step? It's not partnering. I don't know, you're loosely associated with Twitch in some way. Fry's Groceries are still going? Huh. Computer stuff and electronics. Last time I went, it was mostly empty shelves in the electronics. I was looking for a potentiometer, couldn't find it. Micro Center has actually gone, affiliate, thank you, yeah. Micro Center has gone the opposite way, and they've gotten more electronic stuff. As this hobby grows, more Arduino stuff, more kids, like electronics projects and things. I gotta go shopping for my nephew for a birthday, not birthday, a holiday, a Christmas present for my nephew. And I need to find something that's like genuinely challenging for him in either electronics or I don't know, just something he can like do and learn from and have fun with. I should just like throw an Arduino at him. Fry's they could have gone longer if they had just sued this rich streamer. Yeah, because I'm making millions off of that logo. Little do they know. Look at all this money. Oh yeah, smelling all my stacks of money over here that I made off of my emote. People subbing just for that emote. I saw something about Discord not allowing you to use another server's emotes anymore. I don't know what that's about. Are they going to stop that pay tier? Or do you have to pay in order to use emotes on different servers? I hate it when a company like takes something away in order to make money. It's one of the, like, you should be adding stuff behind the paywall instead of taking stuff and moving it under the paywall. Stealing emoji without joining the server first. Oh, huh. Merch. I don't know, man. I mean, coffee cups and mugs, I suppose. I should think about it. I just haven't had a lot of external thought. When I stop stream, I just drool drips out of the side of my mouth, and I sit here staring at a monitor that's gone to sleep long, long ago. And then I suddenly become conscious again and start streaming. I'm struggling to get my 0 volt point on this. There's 95, negative 53. So I think that's the point right there. So go on to 1 volt. Is that pot spinning at the back? No, no, no. This is an encoder. What we're doing is we are manipulating. We're manipulating a number that goes into the manipulating a number that goes into the digital to analog converter and produces the voltage output. So that number is a variable, and so this one's 31,104. I wonder where that thing wraps around. I don't know if it's probably not an int. It's probably a little bigger than an int, but so I'm supposed to get this to 1 volt. That went down. So yeah, this would be the most multi-turnist of any pot ever invented if this were a potentiometer, but it is not. Speedy Cat! Oops, I slipped. Are you buying 20 of these on me? Uh-oh, what is this? What am I buying 20 of? I need to go find where that donation is. It's in Streamlabs. Oh, there, that actually did. No need to manually enter. Okay, thank you, Streamlabs. AliExpress US item. Oh, hello. Speedy wants me to buy 20 of these things, so I guess I'll have to. We'll see how far that gets me, but yeah, I'll pitch in for that. We can get some nice knurled knobs on this synth. I'm really hoping that the synth pans out and I'm able to make some pleasing noises on it, because I need something to intro the stream with, and hopefully, you know, through crimes, this thing, and some other of these modules, I can make some sort of, you know, kitschy sounding fun stuff that'll enable me to release myself from this torture, this modern torture that is copyright. I overshot. Hello? Ugh, I can't, the frame rate of the camera, sometimes it stabilizes, sometimes it bands like that. Not the wrong way. All right, let's get this to 1 volt. 1, 1.1. Really what I should be doing is going back through and observing a bunch of these, but this is so much work right now that I feel like I should come back some other time in order to fully, you know, make sure that this thing is totally tuned. Yeah, it's going to be a big I think they used the proper big variable in it. But 31, it sounds like it's getting close to the end of the variable, but no. All right, channel C, 2 volts, move this down. We're almost there. We're going to get to the more interesting stuff where I'm actually putting voltages into this thing, and that'll take a lot less time. I feel like this encoder is backwards. My thumb would have a cramp by now. I'm doing okay. I'm taking little breaks. All right, 2 volts. Boop. 3 volts. Used to play that house trance DJ. For the life of me, I can't remember. Metronomic Live. Yeah, it's because I'm re-uploading. So, hey, everyone. Hey, I got a VOD channel. And it's popping off, sort of. The VOD channel right here. VOD channel. I'm uploading daily for a year because I have, I don't know, 40 or 50 videos in there or something. Probably 30, almost 40 videos uploaded to YouTube at the moment. They're all 5 hours long. Some of them are 8 hours long. And most of them don't have copyright anymore because I've been using the YouTube like semi-working copyright system in order to mute out all of the music. But boy howdy, have I been in copyright hell because of all the Metronomic Live music that I used. He's a great DJ. He hasn't streamed in forever. I don't know what's up with that. I think he's getting actual real gigs. But those are some great thank you. Yeah, those are some great streams because it was just people doing DJ stuff on Twitch. Here's the thing though, Metronomic Live bought his tracks, hopefully, from a distributor that buys them with a license to perform them, right? That's hopefully the way it goes. It's usually the way it goes with DJs, is you buy them from a specific marketplace that gives you the rights to rebroadcast them. I didn't. I got permission from Metronomic Live. I was like, hey, I can be a greasy little weasel and I can get through the the Twitch copyright system if I broadcast your broadcast. So you may get muted and pinged for those songs, but then they're muted and pinged. I don't have to worry about it. It didn't really work out so well though, because when uploading to YouTube, they've got much more advanced music scanning. So now I have to go through all my VODs and individually mute all of that stuff, which I made that problem for myself. I made that problem for myself, but it is a lot of work. So that's what I'm doing with these VODs. So I'm not going to be streaming on Saturday, is because I will be uploading. I need to get well ahead of where I am, because if I do 3 videos a day, that's still a third of the year that I'm going to be spending uploading videos. Crazy. It's a crazy amount of work. These streams are from 2021. But yeah, all that music, if there is any music in any of them anymore, Metronomic Live. And if you live in New York, you can probably look up and figure out when he's streaming or what his real name is or whatever. But yeah, those are fun. Reminiscing, that was back in the day, burn the subs long ago, and I had better work flexibility to hang. I appreciate it. I know a lot of people put me on at work, and I really appreciate that. That's cool, and I hope I don't get you in trouble, because it looks like what I do looks like, electronics work, but they would be fooled because it's not electronics work. It's me fumbling around with something that I don't know about. No, I do know electronics, but I try to have teaching moments as much as possible. Mostly it's just me flailing around on camera. So yeah, Metronomic Live was the music. Then I moved over to DJ Everyday, the Philadelphia experiment people. And that's when Twitch sent me a letter like, hey, you might want to watch out about this music because it's apparently copyright stuff. And I'm like, ugh. And so now I'm sort of in a weird place. I need to find either game music that goes over well and doesn't get me strikes, or I don't know. I've been going the game music route mostly, because obscure songs are gonna get caught by YouTube, and then I have to mute them out. And that's just become part of my process. I basically upload 6 videos, and I make notes about which tracks, and hopefully, God willing, I haven't left the camera up on the music for 2 hours. White bat in YouTube. I link in the music section of the Discord, because I will listen to stuff there. I don't think I want to use Mass Effect though. I don't think those bleeps and bloops are a little bit too Yeah, that's another thing that I could do, and I was looking at that. Djibouti Show did that for a little bit, and Milton as well, for during the beginning of the copyright scare. They were using other like services. Yeah, and I have set up the audio channels in OBS, and actually the streams that are going to YouTube now don't have any music. So my VODs on Twitch won't have any music. The VODs on YouTube won't have any music. YouTube doesn't have any music. If I'm playing music here, all you YouTubers, jump on over to Twitch and you'll be able to hear what's going on. I have weird taste in music, and I like the music that I play. But it's like I'm not allowed to use them. They have forbidden audio frequencies. How dare I do something with audio and let somebody else claim my whole channel? I haven't monetized the VOD channel, but listen, be warned, I will do that. I will monetize the main channel, the VOD channel rather. And then what I'm going to do is, because these VODs have me classifying everything into playlists, then I'll be able to go through project by project on the playlists and make a video for each project that goes up on the main channel. So the main channel is not dead, although it's functionally kind of dead right now, but I would like to make more project videos, and I can try to give them my own spin, not make them totally bland and stupid. We'll see what I can do. We'll see if I can do it at all. The whole point of the process and what I'm doing right now is that I do it, because otherwise I won't do it. Those who say YouTube is better than Twitch are on drugs. YouTube is the more evil of the evils. I mean, it's a different animal. You know, YouTube is much deeper. Twitch is still pretty big, but it's more like, you know, it's more like the public access television channel. At least somebody is there making sure the lights are on. With YouTube, it's just bots. It's all bots. You're only using the music for background. Yeah, but it's not, I mean, you're not allowed to do that. That's not, that kind of stuff has been vetted out already. That's weird. Going down in voltage is the wrong direction, it seems. The camera setup and switching, not really. The early VODs talk about my camera setup. The switching is done just with a Stream Deck that's hooked up to OBS. I don't have that complicated of a camera setup compared to, like, Flatulent Gonad is like the gold standard for insane stuff, but I think he uses Lorraine board or something like that. He has his particular programs in mind. I don't want to switch over to a different one. And, you know, he's running multiple OBSs and doing all this stuff like that. I am hopefully erring on the side of simplicity here. Everything is just in OBS. And then the stuff that happens automatically, like when I go to the face cam, that light turns off, that's being done through a Node-RED program that's monitoring what channel OBS is on, what scene OBS is on. But the cameras are all Logitechs, and I've had to buy, what are they called? I've had to buy USB cards, USB port expander cards, for basically one per camera, just about. This thing is a totally different device, and it has different bandwidth. And then I actually have to have a procedure that is done to each Logitech camera that calibrates it at the beginning of stream. Friends with a few Twitch global admins. Ooh, get drunk and harass them sometime. They get snarky at me, but at least it's entertainment for them. At least they're there. When stuff breaks bad, they just message me. That's cool. Yeah, I wish I was friends with the higher-ups, because I would love if my prefix for my emotes, instead of being OHB, would just be OH_. But that character is not allowed in the prefixes for emotes. It's how I do all of my alternate handles. Like if O bother's already been taken, I'll do O_ and then something. O_ Viking for Valheim. 5 volts. Let's take it a couple ticks into 5 volts. Steady. Okay, let's move up to 6. Yoink. And then click 6 volts. 6.024. Oh, it's at 177. There'll be a lot of knob turning this way. Take that variable way down. We need the frustration timer that I described earlier on this, which is where the regrip timer. which is where if you're regripping with a smaller number, it should move the number faster. This should move faster in response to my frustrated regripping. They don't want attention at all. Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, hiding the badges when they show up. We've had a couple admins pop into the channel and be like, "This is awesome. I'm really interested in this stuff." I'm like, "Holy shit, it's a global admin." And they're like, "No, I just get the mail." Like, like, "Oh, okay." They're like, I just make coffee for Twitch. And they're billions and billions of dollars. Billions and billions. I think I know one global admin, but I think he hates Twitch now, so I don't know. I don't know if there's still a thing. If you hit the right combination, should unlock something. Are there Easter eggs in Crimes and Ornamentation? There might be. Look at how far off that is now. 5. Oh no, never mind. 5.005. That's actually pretty close. Four, 3. Give it a second. Oh, I went too far. All right, let's go down, way far down, 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 down. Let that propagate. Come on, buddy. Oops, wrong direction. Some of them make cool. Some of them are just cool people who want to hang out. Yeah, you know, that's any organization. Twitch Korea is shutting down? How is that a thing? I guess server costs or something like that. I read, but yeah, people are not happy about that. With the right music, this knob turning could be very profitable video. Unfortunately. Yeah, VOD viewers, watch in 7x. I could be the next social streaming phenomenon, where instead of a mukbang or watching somebody sleep, you watch them tune their synthesizer. And I just don't say anything. It'd be visual ASMR. I mean, visual ASMR soldering stream is something that I do. So if I had stuff to build, I could just keep buying kits, electronics kits, and just do a visual ASMR soldering. But man, do I not want to pigeonhole myself like that. I like the variety that we have here of working on kooky electronics projects and then me failing both visibly and mentally having a breakdown over my inability to do the most basic of tasks in electronics. Get an indoor pool. You're an indoor pool. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to lash out at you like that. It was funny when people were like putting kiddie pools inside of their like room, like indoors. And then they would step on the side of the kiddie pool and like 30 to 40 gallons of gamer girl bathwater would just rain down upon their floors. Yeah, I'm actually a bathtub. It's an unboat. Come on. Come on. Come on. Tobe. What you doing, Tobe? Holding water. You know, usual. About. Yeah. What's a boot? Oh, that's how a Canadian says about. -3. Oh, yeah. We're still in the positives. I feel the need to go back in and adjust these because they seem to walk around just a little bit more. Are you lying to me? Nope, okay. 1. What's neat is that the amount that I move the knob is pretty consistent. I mean, it probably does vary quite a bit, but it's being relatively consistent. For when I get down to the single digits, it's like 2 clicks to go to the next number. If there is, I don't know it. It would be nice to be able to like click down on the knob and twist it in order to move a significant amount, but it doesn't look like there really is. 0 volts, so we're still in the pretty high in the millivolts here. 30. Was that 20? Oh, it's 2 point. Okay. Where's my dog? Where's she at? She's nowhere. Darn it. No, we're in millivolts right now, so it's going to look like I'm adjusting it a lot. The reason that it's scaling right now is because when you have the leading 0, it'll go to a higher precision to display it on the thing. I would like it to display the full precision, but I don't know how to do that with the scope. But because we're at 0 volts, we're getting much more. Oh, unless you didn't see me click down on the knob and go to the next, or the previous rather, tuning thing. Microvolts. I think each click is like, yeah, each click is a significant number of microvolts. See, now we're getting into where it's measuring noise, because the noise is why it's jumping all the way to like -21 and stuff. All right, so I think that's tuned, so we now go to -1. And now I need to move this. Let it propagate. 995. Oh, the wrong way. 996. I used to have a 944. I was driving around with a friend of mine, and I was talking about how I missed my 944, and he's like, "Dude, you had that like 20 years ago." I'm like, "What?" You shut your mouth. It hasn't been that long. I had it recently. I just saw it. How is my car? Is it safe? Is it all right? One of the what is it? The Grassroots Motorsports Challenge team bought it for like a couple $1,000, and I don't know what they did with it since then. I hope they got some awards for it during the competition. Grassroots Motorsports is or was, I don't know if it's still around, a forum and a magazine, mostly from car guys to car guys, and they had a challenge, a yearly challenge, which was to put a car together for the price of current year. So they're now on to $2,023 for a full competition car that has to do both a beauty competition and then drag racing, and then I forget what the other competition was. I think the autocross is the other one. There's -3 volts. There we go. This is a pretty kooky challenge. Somebody bought a Fiero, and they put a Chevy electric motor in the front, and they had the gas motor in the rear. And so what they were able to do is have 2 gas pedals. One would be the electric car, and the other one was the gas engine. And so when they were doing the autocrossing, they could go into a turn using the rear wheel drive until it gave up grip on the turn, and then they would hammer the electric motor, which makes maximum torque at a standstill, and have it pull them out of the corner with the front wheels. And then similarly on the drag race, they were able to start off with the electric and then use the gas engine to push it at the higher RPMs. Going the wrong way. Nope, not there yet. A long way to go. Oh, it would be nice to be able to use, like, I don't know, the buttons in order to move it a little faster. I'm only going to do this once because this is very annoying. Could always plug it into a tuned 1 volt per octave and make sure that it sounds like the right note. .03, 2. I just want to do my best to get this right. This turned out to be just a knob twiddling stream. We finished up with the scope mods, at least. I got the protector on there, and I got the fans screwed in properly. It's being held in just right, and now there's no noise. The only thing that I can hear right now is the Agilent power supply, which has a big fan in it, and I don't know if we can really do much to quiet that one down. I think it's a 120 volt fan. I don't have any alternatives. I think we looked at the like what we could do to quiet it down, and I think I decided that because of how fancy that thing is, I don't really want to rock the boat. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, 3 volts. Negative 3 volts. Dude, negative 2 volts. Waiting, waiting, waiting. 2.146. Ah, my thumb is getting tired. We're almost there. It's actually pretty cold in here. I'm wondering if heat is going to make these wander even more. What does this one do? Oh my God. Okay, that one goes between the different settings. This is D -2. Okay. This one's off by a lot. I was hoping the other knob would let me adjust higher numbers. The thermal cam, it caters its visuals depending on what temperatures are available. So basically the swing of temperatures is between the maximum and minimum temperature on screen. It'll choose the bright white, almost white for the highest temperature, and then it'll choose the darkest blue for the lowest. So typically my hands are what's super duper bright. But in this case, the scope is getting kind of toasty. But you can never tell because everything could be frozen on screen. Everything could be a block of ice, and this thing would still think that something is piping hot by the visuals that it gives you. So what you'll see on these sometimes is you'll have a little like a dot that's moving around. So I would love to have a little center of vision temperature and then a lowest and highest on camera. And I know some setups do that. I bought this so early that they didn't really program that yet. And most of the software is for the Mac. So it's like, what am I going to do? Group Gets is very Macintoshy kind of stuff. Come on, man. I'm so sick of doing this. This knob is going to like explode. 2003, 1997, 98. Y2K hair. 99. It's the year 2000. Okay, there we go. -1. No, wait. Yeah, -1, I guess. Oh, yeah, we're going up, aren't we? A tale of two knobs. $90, $89, $90. Okay. $83. Every single number is hard fought. Good Lord. It's like pulling teeth to move this thing back and forth. It's gonna drop to 2. Nope, didn't. 1001. Come on. Come on. It's going to go 99, isn't it? Nope. Okay. 0 volts. 6. I'll take it to 5 something. Almost. 4, 3, 2, 1. 41. 1 click. Nothing. 1 click. 2 clicks. Uh-oh. Really? That's what it's going to take to move it? 20 millivolts? Oh my god. This sucks. It's the last channel. We're almost there. 21. 12. 5. 4. I mean, these are individual millivolts that we're moving this thing. It's pretty crazy accurate, actually. The fact that I have to do like 3 to 4 clicks in order for it to move down by a millivolt. A thousandth of a volt. Is it a thousandth? I don't know. We've made it to microvolts. 4, 5. Oh. Oh, now we've crossed into the positives. There, this is where it's jumping back and forth between positive and negative. Okay, that's 0 volts. Next. 1 volt, please. Check, please. Okay, 1 point. Oh, hold on. Give it time. 971. Gonna go up. Oh god, this is gonna take forever. Always have a glass of ice in the background on one side and hot plate on the other. my voltage calibrators, or my thermal calibrators. I could probably turn off the sliding scale too, because this Lepton 3.5 has the ability to know a temperature at every single one of its pixels. I don't know how well calibrated it is, but it's able to do that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, there. It actually moved. Do it. Stay there. Stay right there. On to 2 volts. 2 volts. Let's see. Oh, this one's nice and close, at least. Okay, 2003. 2002. Hello? 2001. Come on. Come on, show me. Show me the voltage. 2 volts. 3 volts. God, we got to go up to 6. Come on. Hurry up. I think the scope is actually slowing down this process a bit. Oh, wrong direction. Come on. .16. 4, 2, 3.09. God. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your ornaments and crimes are? Crimes and ornamentation? Look, I call it ornaments and crime, and for short, I just call it crime. I'm still using Fusion 360. We've been using it a lot, especially with the burn the subs improvements. Yeah, we were doing a lot of stuff in there. 3 volts. Are we staying there? We're staying there. 4 volts. Yeah, I'm still doing a lot of that stuff. We need to go back to burn the subs because I need to work on that control panel more. The control panel is a total mess, and I want to change over the water cooling to use the better pump because the Amazon like 12-volt pumps are a little bit hit and miss. So I'd rather have something where I could see the pump moving and have it pump an appropriate amount of water, even though the entire system is unnecessary. The burn the subs really could just be air cooled. We're pretty much just doing it for the memes, but it's fun and funny, and we're having a good time with it. So, but once that's done and all the water cooling stuff is sorted out, and I get brackets that'll take tubes all the way out to the head of the printer, then I need to do all the wiring and figure that one out. Have a couple thin wires that go all the way back to the D-sub connector at the control panel, and then have the stuff on the outside, yeah. I have absolutely no idea which one I've installed. I don't know which one I installed. I think I used the regular one. I'm not sure. 147, that's going to be so much moving of this frickin' knob. I think these knobs are backwards. I'm not sure. I don't know if I built stuff on the right side of the circuit board. No, I guess I did. There was no other way to do it. Come on. Come on, buddy. Jeez. Did all that tweedling of the knob, and all it did was move me by like 30 millivolts. Get the basic one on to learn it, which I still have to look up every time I use it. Yeah, that's the problem, is some of these digital modules can do so much. This one is principal among them for being able to do everything. I don't know what I have on it yet, though. And I don't know how to use it. I know it's, what is it? It's 1 volt per octave, and then C, hold on, what's that? Where'd the front panel go? Still need to look it up. So there's trigger, control voltage, and output, and you have 4 channels. That's pretty much the gist of what I know, and everything else would be down to looking up individually what each program does. I mean, crimes and ornamentation is a cool idea. It basically just says like, hey, we have these systems, and we can pull them into a microcontroller using an ADC, and then we can use DAC to do an output. And so we can do 4 channels on this chip. So let's hook it all up to a pretty common microcontroller, which unfortunately became uncommon during its run, and make it do the stuff that we want it to do. We'll just program it to do everything. All right, 6 volts. The primary modules that I was building were mutable instruments, because I'm familiar with the tool chain now against my will, but also because they are very interesting. They do cool stuff, and they're not like, they are digital, but they're not like one module does everything. This is a one module does everything. But the mutables ones have specific tasks that they do, and they do them very well. I like the mutables instrument stuff. And also it helps that Emily completely open sourced all of them, except all of the testing programs are not open source. Well, they are open sourced, but they're just like, you can see like the shadows of a test procedure in the, everything was like removed, right? All the comments and stuff like that. And so I don't know how to turn it into an initial tuning and testing module. So we had to figure a lot of that stuff out. It's fairly complicated. Clouds is particularly fun because people have like completely not reverse engineered, but they've figured out how the program goes together, and they're like tutorials online on how to reprogram a clouds to do what you want. So I have a clouds over here. All right, that's at 6 volts. All right, we're done with the DAC. Let's do the analog to digital. ADC CV1. So that's trigger. This one is CV. ADC value at 0 volts. So I go to my +6. That is indeed at 0 volts. How do I adjust this down to 0? Oh my god, that's a really frenetic number. What does that look like to you guys? You can like barely... There's positive and negative 0. Wait, what? Huh? Positive and negative 0 at 0 volts going into this thing. Somehow 0 volts has 0.27 milliamps associated with it. I don't understand that. ADC CV2. 24. Oh, whoops. No, I did that wrong. Back to CV1. Nope, I wasn't inputting the voltage. Here's the voltage. It's on a separate thing. Well, it's still at 0. It's still positive and negative 0, so I guess that works out. I could split this. No, I can't really split it. I don't have the right thing. All right, so CV2. Gonna take it down to 0. 10, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's -1. That's 0. 0 with the sign jumping back and forth. CV3. 2, 1, 0. Positive and negative 0. CV4. 20, 10, 3, 2, 1, 0. I don't trust these to be at 0 without something plugged into them, just because you want to get that ground in there. See, with it unplugged, it's at -3. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's kind of jumping there a little bit. When there's something plugged in and there's actually 0 volts there, then it's showing 0. Next. CV scaling. CV1 input 1 volt. CV1 input from the accurate power supply, 1 volt. 404. What do I need? Oh, long press to set. Okay. Right hand. CV1 input at 3 volts. And then I need to, this power supply moves its voltage around. 3 volts. Wait. Ah, I guess that did it for the CV scaling. Timeout, 25. Let's set that a little higher. Make it 85. I can't believe these buttons don't control. I guess those go up and down in the menu. Bada bing! I think we're calibrated. How do I know we're calibrated? I have no idea. With no signal connected to the inputs. Twist the right encoder so that it's shown as close to 0 as possible. Yeah, I think I got that part. I think we got that part. Now, what in the heck can this thing do? So, where should I go with this? Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Mixolydian, Lacorian, blues major, blues minor. I think these are like semitones, aren't they? So, all right, what can this thing do? I want to figure out a little bit about what this thing can do. Yeah, you still need to do scaling? I just did. Here, let's boot it up again. Ah, I missed it. I don't know if I want to go through all this again. So DAC A, DAC B, DAC C, DAC D. How come they were all showing up on A? That was weird. CV1, 0 volts. CV2, 0 volts. 3, 4. Then it just does CV scaling 1 volt. CV1 input 1 volt. So I did that, and then I set it. Then it does CV scaling 3 volts. And then it just jumps over to screensaver. So it just does it for one channel. It just does it on one channel, which I did. Why is that changing though? Look at how it's why is that changing every time? I'm looking at the output from ADC-A. It's funny that it does that. Maybe they mean for you to plug A into... Yeah, that's what they do. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so instead of my setup where I put the external power supply in, I could have just put a cable from one to the other. No, it's not. It won't do... It only does the scaling for one of them because the one will apply to all the other ones. Yeah, it doesn't specifically do that. So that's all calibrated. We're done. We are calibrated. Well, apparently I'm putting in 5 amps of... What the heck? What's going on there? Did I just blow something up? That went down to a 0.5 volt and then current limited. Why did it do that? Ooh, something's wrong with channel 2. Something's wrong with channel 2. We got to take a look at channel 2. This is short. According to the power supply, when I plugged something into channel 2, it shorted out and hit the current limit. So let's take a look at channel 2 and trace out where it goes. This one. Channel 2 CV input. There's likely to be some kind of a short on here. Any heat? No noticeable heat. So channel 2 CV input is right here. That's right in the middle of things. That would be here? No, that's channel 2. No, wait, we're on the other side of the board. This is channel 1, channel 2. And then we've got our gate, CV, output. Output's down here. This is actually, so it's 1, 2, and then, oh. Hey, bud. You know, maybe we don't do that. Jesus, that happened. This is unsafe. See, with the smallest surface mount size, I was struggling to even just observe things. With this size of surface mount, I can get in here and I can troubleshoot all day, and like these aren't jumping over to the pads next to them and stuff. It's so much nicer. That means our channel 2 0 point is probably a little bit off. So we need to calibrate that. We need to go back in and get that set up. That's not the input, it's the output. So channel 2, DAC C. Oh, no, that's DAC C. CV2, adjust to 0 volts. So let's take 3 volt, turn it down to 0. And then we can plug in the external input That's pretty accurate, actually. Yeah, that was already pretty good. I guess it was hooked up to ground from the pin next to it. And the short was so local, it was only a short between the power supply and ground. So CV1 input, so it only scales it with input 1. So 1 volt. Well, actually, I could use its own internal as well. Since we scaled these so accurately, I can just do this. There to there. And then long R. And then 3 volts, long R. There we go. Timeout. Calibration complete. And then I want to save, yes. Exit. Okay, cool. All right. Apparently Crime can talk to itself. Strange. I have no idea how to use this thing, though. It looks like all of these are different scales that I would be applying to stuff, which is kind of cool. Blues major. Let's see what this is, because I don't know what program I loaded into this thing. Maybe it's still in my Arduino somewhere. Let's see if I can figure that one out. I don't know how to make it make noise yet. I don't know how to do that. I know there's a ton of different programs on it, but it's like I've only seen the front end that I have right now. I don't know what I loaded into my crimes and ornamentation. Let's see if it's in here. I think I used Arduino in order to load it up, because that's the only thing that I have that can communicate with the Teensy. New version of Arduino. Nah, I'm good. All right, file. It must be in. It's got to be in recent, right? Yeah. Ornamentation and crimes rev. I don't know what that means. Copyright 2015. Oh my God. Permission, copyright notice, software, main startup loop. What is this? It's OC rev. Apps, core, DAC, debug, GPIO. So is there any word on what I've installed? Scale, octave, root, mask, index. I don't know. They don't seem to tell you what this software is, if it's the real stuff or if you're running like a different one. I mean, I guess I could look it up. So, main startup loop for OC firmware. Settings. Is there like a, who are you? No, these are all the different programs, I guess. Initial app, above copyright. Vector sequencers. Yeah, I didn't do a hex file. I did this because, you know, cool. And I already was using Teensies, so I have all that stuff installed. I'm just trying to read this code. Coding streams are going to be a little bit difficult with this new setup. I guess if I moved the coding window over here, you guys still wouldn't be able to see it. It would look more like I'm looking at that monitor. But I guess with it there, I look like, what do I look like I'm doing? Hold on. I need to see what my little corner looks like. This is the direction that I'm looking in. I mean, that's semi-okay. If I'm looking like there, that's where I'd be looking. So I'm pretty much looking at you guys, but I guess it's a little bit over to the side, so it kind of looks like I'm reading my own code. When I had the monitor to the left a little bit, it looked more like I was looking sort of up at the code as I, you know, looking in this direction as I code, which I think that's a better layout. But now that I've got the 3 monitors, if I do a face cam, it kind of looks like I'm looking at you guys, which I'm not that much of a stickler for eye contact, but I don't know. Apparently there's an AI filter that makes you always make eye contact, and it's creepy. It's really creepy. It just like puts Vaseline over your eyes and makes it so you always look straight ahead, right at the camera. It's super creepy. Yeah, anyway, so I got to figure out what I did. I don't know what this is. The file is ocrev. So let's take a look and see if we can find something online that'll tell us what I did. What did I do? I'm going to put this all the way over to the right because I will honor Speedy's insistence that I buy those. Yeah, it might. I think it might be from their main site, from the Ornament and Crime main site. I hate how Social Stream doesn't let me. Social Stream Ninja. It's a program that I'm using to amalgamate both chats, and it won't let me click on links. Possibly for the better, though. Open source Ornament and Crime module, the license under with which the software is released. I hear that Ornaments and Crimes can do stuff that Mutable does, so they just like doctored the code and made Ornament and Crime do it, which makes me almost want like 7 of these modules so that I could just have them do Mutable's instruments stuff all day. Let's see, license under blah 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 blah. There's 3 or 4 different ones. Jeez. 2 ways of getting the firmware out of your module. Method A, upload the hex. Method B, Arduino IDE. Because we do so much with Teensy 3.2s here, we use the Arduino IDE in order to do it, in order to upload our crimes and ornaments. Let's see. Oh, so we found all of my Star Trek, all of my Star Trek ornaments for the tree, and what happened? What happened? First of all, those things were going downhill. They had the captain's weird race car ship from like one of the TNG movies, and nobody likes the TNG movies. And if you type into chat right now that you like the TNG movies, you are a liar. They were not good. But first of all, the ships they chose, weird. Second of all, they were all melted. None of them worked. Some of them had, because they, instead of putting LEDs and stuff way back in the day, didn't really have, yeah, you're a liar. They didn't have LEDs in them. They had lamps. The problem with lamps is lamps are right up close to that temperature that harms plastic. I don't know what happened. Maybe we had like some power issues or something, but those were not good. They were melted, and I don't know if I need to do like a repair clinic or what. Some of them are very intricately modeled, those ornaments, and so there's not like a screw hole that I can unscrew and split the thing apart and then put a nice safe warm white LED in there. Frames, streams, and peaks. I don't see that in the list of stuff that I can. Oh my goodness! Motion detected at the front door, and then the dogs are woo 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 woo. Here's what I have. Off, user defined. Yeah, this is, so I don't know if I have frames. Bolin Pierce 1 J equals 4 SD2, 5 SD2, HD2, ED2 or 3, Paraplith, Marvel Wood Glumma. What the? I'm in Quarter. How do I get out of Quaternarian? Because that's just what this thing goes into. Do I need to restart it? Nope. Get me out of this. I'm just pressing stuff. I don't know what it is. All right. What if I turn it off and on again? Turn it off, on again. Oh, I see. So when it boots up, I guess that's what all that shenanigans with the reset over here was. There's supposed to be another reset on it, and I guess that would mean that I would be able to reset the module with something. So right now, the app that I'm in is Quaternarian. So if I... There we go. Okay, so that's how we do it. Dialectic ping pong, peaked, low rent, quaternaria, MetaQ, Quantermain, Harrington copier machine. Yeah, these are some crazy things. I got to figure out what I want here. Of course, how do you switch apps? Viz Nutcracker Suite. What's going on here? What is this? Do you want to explain yourself? Module. All right, let's see. Wait. Semitone. This was copier machine? I see. All right, try again. What if I click them both at once? Oh, yeah, there we go. Clicking them both at once did it. Long click on both at once allows me to switch. So, sequence. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I have no idea how to use this thing. I'm learning. Oh, dear God. RLPL, R blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot to learn. Okay, so now I know how to navigate to the different apps. I was wondering if something was wrong with it because it was only doing the sequences, the different copier machine settings, and I wasn't able to see anything else. But now I know that if I press both knobs at once for a long press, it'll kick me back out to the program menu. It is freezing in here. Hold on a second. I got like really cold air at my back right now. Look at it spilling into the room. Ridiculous. Just unhook myself right here. Oh, Woodus didn't get to see the PC. My super crazy PC upgrades. All the water cooling that you could shake a stick at. Oh, my legs. Too much time on the stool. Welcome to my stream where I do these weird dances. All right, anyway, back over here. Somebody's like explaining to their boss how it's like an educational stream. He works with electronics, and they clip to me just doing this weird leg dance to try to get the blood flowing in my legs again. Too much time on the stool. A streamer, and I'm sitting here like, it's like educational stuff. Oh, it did like a Star Trek pip. Shuttlecraft Enterprise. Oh, never mind. I see. Okay, so what in the world? I gotta learn what this stuff does. Let's see if we can find an app that we want to like play with and see how it does. Kind of cool though that this does so much different stuff. Makes me want more than one of them. Grime or crime, a little bit in between, but it's crime. Ornamentations and crime. And I guess crime is referencing the fact that this thing is just straight up loading the software of other modules. So you guys can't see it, but the face cam is now basically right in this area of the screen. So if I were to want to read that, I could read it over here or scroll down, but it's like the face cam is blocking my view of part of this monitor. So I'm mostly going to be reading stuff up there. So we loaded it up and we've calibrated it. And we've got it all compiled. Newly built module, calibration. I think we've gone through all this, right? Setting encoder directions. Depending on the PCB revision or brand of encoder you've used, encoders might turn in the wrong reverse direction. Blah, 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 blah. Happen to turn, so left, if your encoders, left, right, or both, happen to turn in the reverse direction, this can be fixed by pressing the lower tact switch once while in calibration mode. The lower tact switch. So normal, right reversed, left reversed, or both reversed. Now, are these in sort of a decent configuration? That's reversed. Down, up, Does that make sense? This one is definitely reversed though. Or is it supposed to be? I don't know which way is supposed to do what. All right, let's go to a different app. Oh, it's on release. Ah, the flashing is really annoying. Hold on. We get slightly better with the flashing here. You're saying right one seems to be okay? But when I click it this way, it goes left. When I click it this way, it goes right. That seems like it's backwards. This is down, this is up. How are they supposed to be? What is the lower button? Is that, I don't think that's this. Oh, we need to be in calibrate mode first. L, calibration. Use defaults. No. Sorry. Pixel offset for the center display. No, that's center. Maybe it's a little bit off, but yeah, no, that's fine. Now I'm into this, but what if I hold this down? Didn't seem to do anything. See, this is turning the number down. This is up. It should be the other way around. Up should be to the right. So I do need to reverse this. I just don't know how. Hold down the button for next. Holding it down or let go. Nope, that just went to the next one. Let's get to the end of this. To the end of this. Jesus, this is annoying. Yeah, let me go to something where I'm not like adjusting everything. Okay, so hold this down. Nope, that just went back. What does it say? Depending on PC revision and or Brown of encoder, blah, 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 reverse direction. Keep pressing the lower button until you find the right setting. I think that should be in the menu, and it's not. The 0th, yeah, because it's the 0th setting that I don't think I have. That's weird. Setting encoder, use default values, correct display offset. So it seems like the 0th menu I can't get to. The buttons are above each other on the original one? Ah, so maybe it's... Nope. 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 Hold that. That just takes me to the first thing. Sometimes it matches up, sometimes it doesn't. The display flickering. Huh. Can I not get into that? Because it's not... I don't think I'm running like too special of a version. Yeah, they were in the original crime. This is micro ornamentation crime. So I guess there's subtle differences. Ornamentation and crime. Oh, that's right, it's a book. Ornament. Book, module. So the lower button would be, these are the lower buttons, but the lower button might be the left button. So it's like keep pressing until you get to the right, but I don't think that's implemented. Oh, they were trying to be intellectuals, is why they used that. You're trying to be snotty. And then I keep calling it crime and ornamentation to Julian, and he has to correct me every single time because he's a pedant about that. And I laugh. I have a little laugh. The encoders just go to the next, they just go to the next or previous menu. So if I let go of that, nothing happens. And if I do this one, it jumps forward. I wonder if instead there's something in like the settings. I don't want to reflash this thing though. Like I wonder if somewhere in here there's like an encoder direction. Calibration data encoder config. Oh my God, there's so many. Calibration. Yeah, here's where you're doing it. Originally, this was a single bit that would reverse both encoders with board revision over 2C. However, the pins of the right encoder are swapped, so additional configurations were added, but existing data calibration might have updated. So it'd basically be, wait, L and LR. Oh, config, normal, reverse. Calibration, H, verbose, LUT. Ooh, saying verbose and LUT together like that makes it really sound like you're saying slut. I'm gonna be careful about that one. DAC ADC calibration data, but then where do you get to the encoder config on this one? Yeah, if I reflashed it, I would have to do that whole process that took us 2 hours again, which I'm not willing to do. They really need to have that regrip timer that I was talking about so that I can adjust these a lot faster. It's like, how do you get to the 0th option? Need a good multimeter, ideally 40,000 counts. Rigel DHO 914 counts. What do counts mean? It's not even on this page. Well, we've got 12-bit resolution. I don't know what that means. Ooh, don't look at those prices. Ooh, ooh, scary. I mean, the BK precision is something like 40,000, and they're saying you need 40,000. Well, actually, it depends on the model. I didn't look up the right model, damn it. Well, I have this one. This is the one that Wexo sent in. 50,000 count. But what is a count? Up to 50,000 count display resolution. The resolution that it displays. What does that even mean? What is a count? It's going to be like Count Chocula, yeah. Total number of collected items. Multimeter, oscilloscope. Count. I don't know how they translate to one another. Does it hold the calibration in the code? No. It has to, by default, the way that the microcontroller works is once the code's in there, it's set. During a restart, everything would go back to where it was. What you do is you have an EEPROM. You have access to an EEPROM, and then the EEPROM gets written with the value. And if you're super smart about how your EEPROM's doing the values, because EEPROMs have like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of write cycles in them. So you write cycle it once, and that counter goes down by 1, and eventually your EEPROM no longer takes data into it because it breaks. Now that's very seldom going to happen, especially with something like this. So oftentimes when they program microcontrollers, they will have it just hit the EEPROM over and over again. It doesn't matter. And that way it'll save all the values and where everything is on your stuff. If you really are crazy and you really are thinking a little bit too far into the details, you can have something that will try to preserve your EEPROM by cycling where it's storing stuff and using up more of the physical gates that are making your ones and zeros. So I am going to assume that somewhere in this list, I'm looking at the list all the way over here, the list of different tabs. One of them is going to be EEPROM. Calibration, chords, config, maybe it'll be in there, or in the chord, debug, digital inputs, options, scales, sequence, triggers, UI, version, and then we're into vBias manager and a bunch of this stuff. So that's where frames and peaks. Oh, there's a peaks in here. I turned my peaks into sheeps, I think. Peaks, streams. UI, I mean, maybe in configuration. Where's configuration? Config. Core timer, blah, 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 delay ticks, octaves 10. No, maybe I don't know. I guess well, actually, it would be in calibration, wouldn't it? Calibration. ADC DAC, config.h, options, page source, EEPROM storage.h. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, it's using this include in order to access storage in the EEPROM. And so I guess when you're done, it'll save those numbers. And those will probably be in other. Yeah, this is the programming on this thing is crazy. Following what they're doing is like very difficult. Why did that feel like burning? What's going on here? Is it weird? Anyway. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is just get this thing to work at all and do something. I would like to reverse the direction of those knobs. I just don't know what to hit in order to do it. Hold on, let's go back to pushing buttons here. Like if these two are actually here as the up and down select, these are the lower ones. If I hold down this one and let go, nothing happens. So if this is the down one, and I hold that, that's just changing the program. And then I let go. Nope. How do you access the 0th calibration menu? There's a window. So this says 0, setting encoder directions. Depending on the PCB revision and or brand of encoder you've used, the encoders might turn in the wrong or reverse direction. Blah, 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 blah. Happen to turn in the reverse direction. This can easily be fixed by pressing the lower tact switch once, or twice, or thrice while in calibration mode. The effect is immediate. So wait, maybe I have been cycling through and it hasn't been registering. 2 to 1 is in that direction. Oh, that did. Wait a minute, that reversed it immediately. Oh, that's what it was. So you just push these two and it reverses either one. Why did it have normal, R reversed, L reversed, and LR reversed? That one brings us to the next. Yeah, okay. So now they're both in the right direction. Oh my God, that was obnoxious. Where's our 0 volts? Still pretty accurate. 15 microvolts. Pretty good. Okay, cool. So now we're absolutely fully registered and ready to go. Everybody's doing good. Oh my God, so much clicking. Hold them. Let go. Cool, cool. Whoa. take this up to, we're at 500 millivolts right now, so I need to take it up a little further. 5 volts. What's triggering this thing? Oh, this is an ADSR? I think so. Yeah. If I were to trigger it with something, and I don't have anything to trigger it with, I can get marbles over here to trigger stuff. Yeah, that's a weirdly written. They could have just said, you know, you push either or of those things and it'll do ya. Booyah, do ya. Okay, let's see here. So I can take a trigger signal, put that into the trigger signal here, and there's A being triggered. And then the output, I could have it go into something like a like the 3340 VCO, and then that would give me, I don't know, either a sliding scale, or I could make it do like a, you know, other stuff like that. Tack. Oops. Now, is that all this does? Is attack and decay? Oh, that's my adjust. And I got 4 channels of it. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see what else this thing can do. We're not like listening to anything that this thing does. Sequence, A and B, semitone. I don't know what that even means. Get me out of here. Dialectic ping pong. 4 channels. Oh, good. See, okay. Now this thing seems backwards because this direction goes up and down. They flipped the direction in this program. I don't understand what this means. I do not know. Whatever's happening with this thing, though, it is getting triggered by stuff. Maybe I can pull a CV in here. See what that does. Yeah, it's all down to whoever programmed the module. I don't know what that's doing. We've got a CV coming in that is already timed on this, so I don't know. Try something else. Look around and see if there's anything I can understand. Maybe try the Viz Nutcracker. Oh God, what is that? It's like audio waves, but it's 5 volts. Oh my God. So each trigger is making a, it looks like an arpeggio almost. Trigger channel. And we're on channel 2. Let's go to channel 1. And adjust the level. I'll stabilize it a little bit and you can see what those are doing. Just slow this way down. Is that one? Yeah, that one should slow it way down. Nope. It's too fast. Oh my God. Marbles isn't letting me go slow. Let's try this. That's got to be a weird one. It's a quad bi-beat equation generator, which can be used as an audio source to generate curious but often interesting 8-bit noises and tunes, which can be clocked by an external source to provide byte-beat control voltage sequences. Oh my God. All right, let's see what the, I mean, is that an appropriate, I don't think that's an appropriate level for audio to come out. So I'm gonna have to put it through the Attenumixer. which luckily is passive. We'll be able to hear it via these cheapo speakers, not the Skull speaker. The cool Skull speaker is something that I want to get back to, because the cool Skull speaker is hilarious, and it would be fun to have just the skull that produces an output. Unfortunately, we kind of went around the... We got kind of put on the run with that thing, because I couldn't find any speaker... What the hell? Who hurt you? Wow, that was weird. Equation, hope. This one's love. Huh. Damn it, keep almost unplugging myself. All right, so what I need is a patch through on this. I also need to hang my mic cable up on the lighting stand so that I don't run over it and then unplug my mic, but I want to hear what this thing has to say. So I'm going to need my Atténue mixer out of here. Where is that? Where's my hex key? Of course, I probably should just plug these things in over here, but we are trying to learn right now. Trying to learn how this thing works. So this is just so we can listen in. Yeah, I think that's what it is, but it looked like it went to a bad Nintendo cartridge screen. Actually, it wasn't the cartridges that were bad. It was that flexible cable that connects the front to the sprung loading cartridge to the main board. We would always blow on it, though. We were kids. We didn't know better. So I'm going to need these, but I'm also going to need my special splitter adapter so that I can listen to mono on both speakers. Oh, one speaker would be fine too. But yeah, you're right. It's just a visualizer, but it's psycho. It's like chaos. Let's see. I could use 2 channels of this, but instead we'll do stereo there, and then we'll do mono into here for our mix. And then I need the output going here, split into another headphone cable, another 1/8 of an inch audio. Yours is doing the same display. Everybody's following along at home with their own modules. Whenever I do this modular stuff, I always get these experts in here that are like, listen to me. And I'm like, no, the whole point of my show is that I bumble around with this stuff until I finally figure it out. What up, Chester? You need a nap? Well, it's a perfect day for it. It's freezing out. Oh, the sun's gone down? What time is it? Holy shit. It's almost 5. Yeah, sometimes people don't get, like, the bumbling around in my show is entirely by design. And there are times that I don't really want the answer. I just want to fool around and have fun. That's what today is all about, basically. This analog stuff is very frustrating. So I decided to tune up the digital module, which is going to be infinitely more kind. All right, let's turn channel 1 all the way down. Plug it in here. That's kind of cool. Oh god, that's annoying. So what is my control voltage actually even helping with? God, that is kind of grating, huh? The wonderful thing about musicians is they can listen to stuff on repeat forever without it getting old, especially people who do synthesizer stuff. Now, right now, I hear noise. This is grating. What I don't get, so if I have, this means that I have 4 more VCOs, sort of, among other things. Oh, I see. Equation, love, hope. Oh, no, that's just the one. So love, hope, life, age, clism, monk, nerve, Oh my God, talk about noise. I don't know, you guys can probably hear it very quietly in the background, but is this thing just responding to a trigger? Is that it? Ah, these wires out the back. I really need to finish the skull. Yeah, all right, that is working. I don't think it's listening to my CV. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, I see. Trigger input, CV1. This is crazy. The Visit Nutcracker Suite app current provides access to 16 different byte beat equations. The app provides 4 independent byte beat generators on channels A to D, which all run independently. Yeah, so that's like four VCOs suddenly. Crunchy. This is some crazy. How much can you guys hear what I'm doing? I don't know if you guys can hear it at all. I don't want to run this too loud, but when I'm talking, you should be able to hear a little bit. And it's right now, it's just like it sounds like messy robot sex. About half. That sounds very Aphex Twin. If you were looking to recreate Aphex Twin-esque tracker brutal eardrum death. Ah. Yeah, this is doing some crazy shit right now. The talking gets it past the gate. Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to be subject to the kind of random ridiculousness that I am being subject to. It can go super slow, so it's like it can do an LFO as well. A low frequency oscillator. I gotta get used to the UI. It's the stuff that I'm hearing coming out of this is very strange. They suggest running into another ornament and crime quantizer. Oh my God. I gotta learn how all this stuff works because I definitely don't know. Monk. That's anything but monk. That's like a wobulator. I don't know what any of this stuff is, but... Whoa. I don't know what the hell this is. This stuff that I'm hearing right now is it's kind of cool, but you know, I kind of have to keep talking in order to make sure that you guys can hear what it's doing. So if you want to add like an incredible, crazy, random noise, I would want to put a filter after this, though. I can't believe this thing fully works because the microcontroller that we used is not the best one in the world. But man, this makes me really want another one. I'll have to get a TC4 version of these things. Because I'm out of 3.2s. The only other 3.2 that I have is on the steering wheel project. And I could just as easily swap it out for a 4, I think. I know, it's not exactly musical right now. The triggers that are coming out of marbles should probably go to something like drums in order to give something behind this. But I don't know what I'm doing yet, and we just got crimes to work. You can't plug it directly into an interface. Like, you need to get audio levels down, because these are like plus and minus 5 volts. So you'll want to plug it into something that attenuates it. And this is a bunch of 100K resistors. It's also good to have a mixer. I mean, I have a VCA too, but you know. All right, what was I gonna look up? Oh yeah, Teensy 4 versus. So the Teensy 4. Oh my God, this thing is. Oh, maybe that's 4.1. There's the 4.0. Versus. I'm just wondering if they share, because I think the 4 is not 5-volt compatible, but the 3 is 5-volt tolerant. Oh my God, shut the hell up. How do I make you shut up? Just turn it way down. It's just sitting there going, beep, 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 blah, 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 blah. Like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. If I were to just plug one of these in to the steering wheel, not into Crimes, V in, 3 to 6 volts, A ground instead of ground. There's still ground over here though. 3v3, inputs, 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 inputs. SDA, SCL. I think I am using I2C, but it looks like A5, 4, 3, and 2 are the right ones. So down here we have RX1, TX1. It looks like I might be able to just swap this thing in and use a 4.0 instead of a 3.0. It looks like it's moderately the same pinout. You know, there are some differences, but the differences don't seem to concern my basic implementation of it for the steering wheel. So if pushed, I could get another Crimes and ornamentation board, and I could build one up and then put the old steering wheel microcontroller on it. I'm glad that this one that seemed to have a communication issue is just fine with operating. Let's change that equation to love. Oh my God. Yeah, the only thing is you're not supposed to drive the digital pins of the 4.0 above the voltage input, above 3 volts. That's the difference between the 3.2 and the 3.0. Or sorry, and the 4.0. But that's okay because I think the steering wheel project, I think it's 3 volts. I just have to do a little sweep and check. Hope. That's some weird sounds coming out of this thing. It's very interesting. Oh, and even the analogs only go to 3. Well, the 12 volts is only on the LIN bus on that part of the project. Like, everything is 3 volts, and then LIN bus is 12, and the car hardware is 12, but then it's... I don't know if I scaled it, or what did I do? Ow. Still got that thing in my palm. I have like a splinter in my palm somewhere, and I don't really know where it is. I suspect this is it, but I wasn't able to find it before. Just every now and then I'll put my palm on something and I'll get like a stabbing pain. All right, what other programs do we have on this thing? You shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh, it runs the old one until acid curds. Whew. Oh, suddenly we get respite. I'm gonna unplug this from audio, actually. Oh wait, no, we keep it on the scope. We unplug it from audio. Because I don't know which ones make control voltages and which ones make sound. Don't tell me how to drive. I'll turn this microcontroller around. They'll be 5-volt tolerant, or they'll die. Yeah, that's literally how it goes. It would be nice to have another one of these, though, because that would give me 8 channels of cool stuff. Now, do we have a breakdown of anything here? Firmware. There is just a lot. There's a lot of stuff. You check the manual page. I'll check the I'll check the manual page. Let's see here. Viz Nutcracker is what we were just doing. I just clicked on acid curds. Basic chord sequencer. Oh, I like this. The app provides 4 8-step chord progressions in total and CV control over various parameters, including chord type, progression length, direction. It's like an arpeggio, but for chords. The 4-chord data is stored along with the other settings. Acid curds can be used as either a basic quantizer / sample and hold, in which case the chords will be formed on the basis of the incoming root CV. Or it can be used as a step sequencer, in which case the chord-based notes and chord properties will be fixed notes chosen from a given scale, respectively, features inversion, voicing. It's also possible to combine sequencer and sample and hold behavior. Okay? Octave, CV menu, chord editor, move the cursor. Oh God, I don't understand. Outputs 1 through 4 are a root bass note. I don't know. I think I'm on 1.3. I don't know what I installed. Hey, Copper, how's it going? I mean, I'm on version 1.3 of the manual. I think that's what I uploaded to the device. Progression reset, progression trigger, chord trigger, main, sample and hold clock. So is this outputting audio in chords depending on the inputs? Looks like this knob has reversed itself because it is going the opposite direction that I want it to be. Oh, I see. Acid curds isn't on 1.2. Ah. Yeah, these are going the opposite way that I want them to. Progression, chords. What the heck? That's a... Oh, no. We're getting a little sussy here. I don't know what that just did. That was pushing in this one. How do I get out of here? Get me out of here. This is too sussy. Sample and hold. CV. CV number 1. Which is going into it right now, but it's not outputting anything. You input a root and it kicks out a CV. Well, do I need to trigger it? I need to trigger it. Where did go thing? Thing go? Where did thing go? There's one. Okay, so now it's outputting, I guess, a CV. I don't have the ability to plug in a third module right now. I could move this over to the actual rack, and then I would be able to use the 3340 in order to output notes based on that. I would need more. Basically, if I had another one of these, then I could have 4 notes playing at once. I have to put them into a VCA. So this doesn't do anything with audio output. See, the thing about all these modules is I want to get to the point where I can actually explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it, because my friends can't do that. They just don't do that for me. And it would be a wonderful amount of knowledge to have them going through what they're thinking at the time. Like if I go here, then this does this, and I can do that, and then I can shape this, and I can do that. You know, that's something that I need to look at. The majority are only outputting CV. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, this thing seems to be like a titan of control voltages. A is the bass note. Oh man, there's so much that I need to learn. This is like a huge well of capability. they're not engineers. They're musicians, and I can't scroll down on this menu because we're so zoomed in. Ornaments and crime hacking. Yeah, this thing is everything. It's everything. Harrington 1200 is a relatively straightforward implementation of the Neo-Riemannian transformation for generating triad progressions. Oh my God. This is a rudimentary implementation of quantized root pitch CV, quantized chord triad pitch CV. Yeah. I don't get all the memes though. Port of the envelope generator function from the open source mutable instruments peaks. So even though I have peaks, I now have two. The musicians I know are fortunately engineers. It would be nice to get that explanation from my friends. I think a lot of the time they would have trouble admitting that maybe they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're like, I thought this would be cool. What is disting is a pretty easy one. I don't, for some reason, like when I'm streaming, I don't get things. I don't have that extra split second of thought in order to connect a meme to its origin, right? I read the meme and I take it completely as face values. Disting is even more of a jackknife. Is that am I looking in here? Is it a different module? Because like for something so small, I mean, this is a small module. It's very space efficient and it can do so much. I want to have like 3 of these things. Modular addict. Give me crime. Show me all the crime that we can do. This thing is a 4 HP module. Ah. See, this one's red. The one I got was white, and I hate white PCBs because you can't see shit in them. And they're all racist. I mean, you can't see where the traces are. But on the red modules, you can red circuit boards, you could at least see where all the traces go. Yeah, so $10 each. I could buy 2 more of these, and I think I have all the parts. But I don't have the microcontrollers. I don't have the Teensy 3.2s. Until an implementation of the 3.2. I actually might not have a voltage regulator, but I could buy 1 more of these, and then if I move my steering wheel project up to the Teensy 4 tracist, it's just the dyes they're using, the white PCBs, black PCBs. There was one other color, yellow's sort of in that category, where they're not as translucent and you can't see the difference between the FR4 base material and the copper that it's coated. So it makes it very difficult for people like me who constantly build stuff badly and have to check things circuit by circuit. You've been conditioned to seeing red boards as prototypes. It's like with Arduino, where they used to be like, the blue board means that we sanction this. And everybody's like, we could just make a blue board. Like, you don't control that. So... No, if it's not blue, then we don't sanction the board. And they're like, we just have blue paint, like we're just gonna make blue boards. This is so stupid. Yeah, Shit Audio uses red PCBs. They're pretty nice ones too. I mean, the best one is the After Dark PCB, where they use a clear coating on a matte black board. So the matte black, the traces shine through brightly, and then the matte black makes a nice background to it. It's a beautiful PCB, those things. They're a little bit more expensive because it's not a typical thing to do. I would love to get an After Dark PCB made sometime. I would love to get another one of these, and then I would have 2. And I think I have a, yellow OLED screen, but I don't know. Anyway, I gotta learn how this one works. I mean, I guess we got crimes and ornamentation working properly, for what I can tell, from what I can tell. So I think we're gonna end there because it's like 5. We usually go to like 5:30, but the sun's down. I'm gonna have to go take a walk with my cute little doggy in the pitch black. She's barking at the front door. I can hear her right now. So maybe a pair of headlights just went by. It's Friday though. We had a nice chill stream for the most part. We got Crimes and Ornamentation working, and you guys got to see me do this about 754 times. But it's nice to be able to flex the new scope and use all that stuff. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Ow. Still have a splinter in my palm. But yeah, as time progresses, of course, my next stream is going to be on Thursday. Let me put in my social stuff. First time I saw a red PCB, it was Gravis Ultrasound. Quite a few Canadian PC companies doing red, including ATI and Matrox. Yeah, the ATI was the big proponent of the red board. You're like, red? Oh, that's an ATI. It was pretty cool. But now you can just get any color, right? They don't really do any color, but there's a very nice variety of different circuit board colors you can get. I really want to do an After Dark board at some point. I don't know what we can. Ow! I don't know what we can do in the future that would lead to a production PCB. Anything, because they're so cheap now, right? Yeah, it was the coolest thing in the world to not have green PCBs when that first came. It's like the blue LED. Like that was around that same time when the blue LED was the new hotness. And if you wanted a device that looked cool, you would put a blue LED in it. But blue LEDs were like 5 volts. You had to put like 5 volts of like an amp through it, and your blue LED would absolutely obliterate the retina of anybody looking at it. And then we came up with different different phosphor powders that we could put on the ultraviolet LED chips, and then we got a wealth of just accessible blue. But oh yeah, because everybody always puts the resistor at just the highest current value, and then they don't do any dimming after that. So you have a light that will basically illuminate an entire room when it's blinking. Yeah. Gravis. I'm trying to catch up on chat here, so I'm like reading what all you guys are saying. Transparent PCB. I don't think that would be doable with the fibers of fiberglass. But what I wanted to do it for a coffee table. I wanted to get my friend's vinyl cutter and cut copper tape. I was going to get sheets of copper and cut them and then solder components onto the copper tape. And then I would have a coffee table that would have a floating sort of open circuit that you would be able to see. And the circuit was just a bunch of light detectors that would see when your hand was over it. It was like the one that went around Reddit recently, where he made the coffee table that had like it was like capacitance sensing. Did I get it? No, I didn't get it. I still feel it. I think it might be multiples, and I'm only feeling one splinter. But yeah, anyway. We got one module working, which is good. I can put it into the frame over here, and then I need to learn how to use it, which is going to be very difficult. Yeah, you can do black electrical tape, and if you poke it with a pin, then you get this point source of blinding light. I've done that on a couple. Okay, anyway, we keep talking about this forever, and sometimes we should, but I have a dog upstairs that really would like to go for a walk, and I need to go touch Grassington. So I am going to leave you guys this Friday with some links. They are to my social media and stuff. We actually need to put in the VOD channel. The VOD channel is at @OBotherVOD. So O_bother, and then a big old capital VOD underneath it. Sorry, next to it. Easy to find, and the uploads will be continuing this weekend. I am simply going to be pumping files into YouTube in order to get all those uploads done, so that I have plenty of. Yeah, I want to get through January, basically another 30 this weekend. We'll see if I can keep up that quota. Until then, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Not doing a Saturday stream. See you guys on Tuesday. I don't know what we'll be doing. I hope we'll be taking Burn the Subs off the wall and beginning to kind of redo the cooling system. Yeah, moderate success today because we did something that was actually digital for once. And we'll just see. Oh yeah, my OBS is over there. Okay, I'm getting used to the new setup. Things should work properly.